Okay, I think we're ready to go. Thank you all for being here, and welcome to those members of the press and public who have joined us today virtually for this meeting of Strategy and Resources in New Shire Hall and Alconbury Weald, and also welcome to everybody who's actually here in person. It's nice to see real people. The County Council allows filming and photography at its public meetings, so please feel free to take pictures and tweet during the meeting. Can I ask that everyone present turns their mobile phone to silent or vibrate while the meeting is taking place? Please be aware that this meeting is being live streamed and that a recording of the meeting will be available to view on the County Council's website. There is no fire alarm test scheduled for today, so if the alarm sounds, please leave by the nearest marked fire exit and assemble in the car park. So the first item on the agenda is apologies for absence. So Michelle.
Chair, I have two apologies from Councillor Criswell. Councillor Costello is substituting, and Councillor Wilson and Councillor Slatter is substituting.
Thank you very much. So next on the agenda is declarations of interest. Does any member wish to declare a disclosable pecuniary interest or non-statutory disclosable interest? I don't see any declarations, so that's great. So we will move on to the minutes. We are being asked to approve the minutes of the Strategy and Resources meeting on the 17th of December as an accurate record. If any member does not agree, could you raise your hand now? That's excellent. I will sign those in a moment. So on that basis, I will sign the minutes in a moment, and the recommendation to approve the minutes is carried. The third thing on the agenda is petitions and public questions. Oh, action log. Thank you. An updated action log is also included in the published papers for this meeting. All the actions are marked complete, including the one marked ongoing on page 5, where it is proposed to give a new deadline for amendments to publish amendments on the same site as the agenda before the meeting. Are there any comments on the action log? Councillor Maguire and then Councillor Camp.
Thank you, Chairman. On page 5, under 36, the bottom of the page, it says here that the action was a written response on why the safety audits were taking 10 to 12 weeks, and why local members want blah, blah, blah. And it says information will be circulated to the committee via email before the meeting. I presume that was a highways meeting. And it says it's completed, but unless my memory's letting me down, and I may not be there, I don't remember seeing such an email. I wonder if somebody could confirm whether it went out and it's just, or is it just me? Have I missed it or something?
I'm going to turn to Michelle.
It has gone out. I'll look at my emails and I'll resend it to the whole committee again.
Okay, thank you. I remember seeing it.
Thank you. I think Councillor Camp was next.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm not sure why Mac was not circulated, but I got that one. But I just want to check that Councillor MacDonald, whose name this is in, is happy with the response, because it seems to me that a lot of the blame is put on the resourcing of Milestone, and yet you're 68 members of staff short in your own department. Who have Milestone got to talk to if there was anyone there? And you know, we can use other companies under the framework contract. So I'm not satisfied that this is an accurate reflection of the options open to us, or even an adequate explanation as to why it's failing so poorly. Thank you.
I think that was a comment rather than a.
Sorry, the response is in Councillor MacDonald's name because it's his action log. So it was a question to Councillor MacDonald whether he's satisfied with that, considering the points I've just made.
So MacDonald.
No, thanks, Chair. Happy to respond to Steve. We did respond also at and commented this in the Highways Committee meeting, as Steve will know. Overall, Milestone have more than 200 vacancies across the country currently. It's a severe staff shortage. It's impacting us together with others. And as Sue Proctor outlined at Highways, and Matt was present the other day, we are working hard to address that. It's a problem for almost every authority that is using Milestone at the moment.
Apologies, Chair, but he didn't address them why we don't use the others on the framework contracts. Just Milestone that we have the option of using.
And we are doing that, but of course Milestone is still handling the majority of our support in terms of our work and contracts.
Thank you. I'm going to move on now to Councillor Coulter.
Thank you, Chair. Very pleased to see the minute number 33 for the arrangements for the county farms as requested. Thank you for that. I just question, should that be completed because it's been put on something to review further forward? Is that the action? The action is actually to get it to report to somewhere. So shouldn't that still be an ongoing thing until after the meeting?
I'm happy that the original action, which was to review where the county farms was being scrutinised, has been completed because the county farms group are now doing that work. The current system is that the reports for that will continue to come to this meeting. So I'm happy that that action is completed. I totally take your point that the scrutiny of county farms is not completed and the work that that group is doing is not completed and it needs to be ongoing. But I'm happy that the original action has been completed.
Then, if I may, Chair, I think we've got a different opinion as to what the action was. My action was that the county farms group doesn't report into a generic or a focused service group, but reports into here, which means it's not got the benefit of a review at ENGI or highways or that products get there. So putting this on a peer review in 6 months, what you've just said there is the county farms group are investigating the county's farms group and will decide who they're being reported to. That's not what was asked. What was asked, and I thought agreed was that you would go away and review where the county farms board reports to. If the answer is to here, having been through due process, then that's fine because it's been through the due process, but that's not what it says. And I would argue that that should be an ongoing thing. It's not an action completed because it's being reviewed in March.
I think that the original action was to look at it, and I did look at it, and I concluded it would continue to report to here, as there will be a continued review of all of the committees in March, but the review for that particular action was that the County Farms Group will continue to report to this committee. So I'm sorry if you don't agree with that, but that was the conclusion. Are there any more comments, Sam?
Yeah, it was just on the, maybe if I've missed this, I apologise, but if you recall the last SNR, we said that we were going to put Wisbech, Surham and St Neots schools onto the risk register. And it came to CYP last week and wasn't on the risk register. And I thought that might be because it's on here and I couldn't see it on this one, but I am aware there are nearly 1,000 pages, so I might have missed it. So can you confirm it is on there? And if not, then it will be added urgently, because like I say, I might have missed it.
I think what I'll agree to do is to check with Michelle whether that was an action and if it was. So we don't think it was, but I mean, I don't think it was logged as an action, but we will look back in the minutes and see. Michelle, are you happy to pick that up? But yeah, we will look back and check because it's not on the action log and therefore it hasn't been followed up in the usual way. And if it was not picked up as an action, we need to look back at the minutes and see what the minutes have to say.
Yeah, thank you. It ought to have been because at CYP, Councillor Simon Taylor also, her understanding was it was an action to be on the risk register as well for the St Neots. So it certainly was intended to be an action. If it wasn't, that perhaps was an oversight.
We will check.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Councillor Count.
Yeah, a couple more points, Chair. First one is on the last one. If it wasn't captured as an action, you're going to check the minutes to see if that was said, regardless of whether it was or wasn't. I actually ask, and so does Councillor Hoy and many of us, that if it wasn't as an action last time, that it becomes an action, and that's not the same as just checking the minutes. So we do ask that it's going to be an action.
I don't think that I think that the item on the agenda for the action log is not a point at which you can put new items on the agenda, and it's not on the agenda for this week.
Sorry, Chairman, the action log appears to be missing something. Your response has been, we'll check what the minutes said, but you seem to, we've indicated so much support for this. If the minutes didn't capture it then, it's not on there, but we would still have a request in that it is. So it's very much up to you to handle this by looking at the minutes and therefore deny us until the next opportunity. Or you could simply say, I am happy to have that as an action.
What I'm not happy to do is to change this point on the agenda to a point at which anybody can ask for any action to come forward. No. So I have agreed we will look back at the minutes. And that's where we're going to leave it for now on that item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The other points then, if I may, Chair, taking them one at a time. There was an action about reviewing the deadline for amendments to Policy and Service Committee. It's marked as completed. There will be a full review of how the committees are working when the corporate peer review team in February return in February. Of course, we know that they're not returning in February, nor are they January or December. We do wonder when they will be returning. But this is the next sentence. However, feedback from committees so far is that the current system is working. I don't know anybody out of the 28 Conservative councillors here that agree that that is working. So where on earth did that come from, that comment? However, feedback from committees so far is that the current system is working. I can only assume that it came from the committee chairs who are politically aligned to you, or from Democratic Services, but it certainly didn't come back from the members of those committees, because we don't feel that it's working. This report that we've got in front of us today was circulated with 5 working days notice, and we have to have an amendment in 3 working days notice. There's 1,000 pages here plus appendices. That is a ridiculous timeline for us to go through. I was working with Tom through the evening and in the morning and on the weekend, right up until the deadline to get in a motion on a question and answer session. It is not working, and to have that sentence in there is quite honestly an affront to us.
So you've made your point. I think that there is agreement among a large number of us that the committee system is working as it currently stands, but there will be a review. The peer review data coming back, the peer review group are coming back on the 4th of March, and you will no doubt have an opportunity to make the points then that you have now. On the points for these papers, we also have a spokes committee, a spokes system. So virtually all of these papers you had opportunity to see well before the date that they were published. So while I take your point that there are a large number of items in these papers, the vast majority of those pages you have seen on many occasions and saw at the spokes meeting. So I do not accept that as a reason why the system is not working. However, we have marked that as completed. I'm happy that it's being taken forward in the way that is outlined in the papers, and you've made your point. Unless there are any more comments on the action log, I'd like us.
Yeah, I do have another point on the actual point number 39, but I'd just like to point out that between spokes and now there's redrafting, and on 700 pages, the one on the business plan, the amount of council tax you was putting in, the key fundamental part of that paper was not done at spokes. It was not done until the paper was released. So I think that explanation, really, you've just undermined yourself, because that was the key element of the business plan. Action note number 39 is the corporate services performance report. The day of the discussion, I was saying it is a shame because you're making much out of the fact that you've joined the F20 group. But other members of the F20 group got national coverage at Hertfordshire, etc., were on national media about the fairer funding. And I wanted to know what we'd done to get onto that point in time when there was. And that is what the action point is. It's a past tense. So identify what media coverage the council had instigated as part of the F20 group. And that was what I was trying for. The total response is about what we're going to do now and in the future. Conversations are ongoing about what we're going to do. I wanted us to identify why we had completely, or why you, I'm not going to include myself in this, why you as the joint administration had completely failed the train that was leaving the station at that point in time. So that is not completed, and I still expect an answer to that.
I think, again, I'm happy with the answer that has been given on that one. And I don't understand what more you would have expected us to carry out. So I think I understand that you're not happy that it was completed. I am happy that it was completed, and therefore we'll move on with the meeting. So having taken the action log, the next item on the agenda is item 3, petitions and public questions. We have received no petitions or public questions. Item 4 on the agenda is the Integrated Finance and Monitoring Report for the period ending the 30th of November. The Assistant Director of Finance will introduce this report. Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. I did have some internet troubles, I think, last time when I was at the committee, so please do let me know if I'm not coming through loud and clear as I introduce the report. So the report before you is the Integrated Finance Monitoring Report to the end of November, covering the financial position of the whole council. The headline financial position, as you'll see, is a revenue forecast underspend of around £7.6 million, which is about a £600,000 increase from the previous forecast report. And on the capital side, a forecast underspend of about 10.9 million, which is about a 3.6 million increase in the forecast underspend. On the revenue side, the key driver of the overall position remains adult social care. Members will see from the key activity information on page 8, particularly that for older people services, the number of people receiving the more expensive types of care, residential and nursing, while rising through the financial year, remains below the budgeted levels. And members will recall that that budget includes quite a substantial amount of growth in numbers through the year. We're also seeing at this stage of the year several corporate provisions that we made in the budget for increased costs throughout the year resulting from the pandemic being unwound. These were where we had uncertainty around government grants or government provision of services continuing through COVID, such as the provision of personal protection equipment or infection control support for social care providers.
Stephen, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Your internet connection has now, it was fine for a while and now it's gone less fine. Do you want to try with your camera off?
Yeah, I'm not sure where I got to.
It was only a couple of sentences.
Right. So I'll start again with the revenue financial position. The key driver of that overall position, the underspend, remains adult social care. You'll see from the key activity data on page 8 that the number of people receiving care in the more expensive types of older people services, such as residential and nursing, while rising through the financial year, remains below budgeted levels. We're also now seeing some corporate provisions for increased costs that we put in the budget being unwound. These were where there was uncertainty around sort of government grants or government provision of services such as personal protective equipment or infection control and social care providers. There was uncertainty in those grants or provisions when we set the budgets, but there has generally been government support continued through the financial year, so that corporate provision then gets unwound. On the capital side, the drivers of the change and the overall position are set out from page 20 in exception reports for specific capital schemes, which members will have noted. This report contains further recommendations as well as providing the overall forecast position. Recommendation A in particular follows Adults and Health Committee in December's recommendation to earmark and commit most of the currently uncommitted public health grant reserve. That public health grant reserve results from underspends generally within the public health service. That service is funded by a ring-fenced grant, and underspends on that grant need to be ring-fenced for future years' spend. So those grant reserves grew over the COVID period due to the impact predominantly of the pandemic on business as usual spend in public health, both in terms of reduced activity, for instance, GPs being focused on the vaccination program, and also government grants that funded a substantial amount of staff time as it was redeployed onto pandemic work. So this transfer would enable sort of specific recovery work to take place on specific schemes that are set out for the committee on page 17. And as I say, that was recommended by Adults and Health Committee in December. Recommendations B to E just revolve around the committee noting certain other things, particularly around additional income we've received, or recommendation C, where there is just to note the Adults and Health Committee's decisions around spending of specific ring-fenced parts of COVID grants where we have discretion over that. It's just to note that one because of the substantial value. And recommendation E is just to note the finance monitoring report for those services that the committee has specific control of. Thank you, Chair. I'll leave the introduction there.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions on the report at this point before we come to the amendment? I don't see any questions. Thank you. So there is an amendment to this report, which has been circulated to the committee and is now on the website. So Councillor Bowden, do you want to introduce your amendment?
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. I was actually rather reluctant to bring this amendment forward to S&R because matters like this really should be decided and discussed at committee, and S&R shouldn't actually need to have debates on matters such as this. Unfortunately, the way in which the committee is currently run and the way in which particularly it's currently chaired means that the debate which should be taking place at the committee isn't able to do so. And we end up in a position where legitimate concerns and matters which should be discussed don't have the forum to be discussed there properly, which is why this is being brought forward here. And it's particularly unfortunate I'm not able to give actual total specific numbers here, because an attempt I made at the relevant committee meeting to engage with the officers about those numbers was ruled out of order by the chair, who doesn't exactly encourage free and open debate at the meetings themselves. And the sooner that particular problem is rectified, the sooner that committee will work in a better way than it is at the moment. I was a member of the vice chair of the health committee from 2017 to 2020. And during that time, I made it a point to try to, and we did manage to eventually, get a significant reduction in the carrying value of the public health reserve, because it's appropriate, given that this money is provided by central government on a ring-fenced basis. It doesn't affect the rest of our budget. Given that this money is provided, it should be spent in a reasonable time. Now, there was always the argument you need to keep something for a rainy day. My goodness, over the last 19, 20 months, haven't we had some rainy days? The COVID crisis, if ever there was a time when we needed to look at rainy day money for public health purposes, the last 20 months is such a time. And I do admit that a lot of the reserve which currently exists built up during the year 2021, during the first part of the COVID crisis, because there was underspend for various reasons, some of which have already been mentioned. And that has continued in 21-22. And that's not the fault of the committee system or of the council. It's a matter, unfortunately, which is a result of the restrictions which existed during that period. But we end up in a position again where we have a significant public health reserve, and that public health reserve is increasing rapidly. There will be another significant increase in the public health reserve at the 31st of March 2022. And although I wasn't able to follow this through effectively at the committee meeting itself, officers did agree that there was going to be a further underspend in 22-23, very much for the same reasons that we've had the underspend in 2021 and 21-22. I'd love to be able to tell you what officers speculated might be the level of that underspend. Unfortunately, I wasn't allowed to ask that question at the committee. So we find ourselves in a position where £2.9 million has been allocated in various ways, which I very much welcome. So what has been put forward, the £2.9 million, I have no argument with whatsoever. I do note, however, that a significant proportion of that £2.9 million won't actually be spent next year. It's a rolling program going over a period of 3 years. So only part of that £2.9 million public health reserve is going to be spent next year. And when you take into account the public health reserve figure brought forward, as I say, inflated by the effects of COVID-19 in 2021, the anticipated deficit on spending, a shortfall on spending, which will take place in 21-22, which I believe is currently understated and will go up. And then the perceived underspending, which is going to take place in 22-23, according to officers, but I can't quantify it, unfortunately. When you take all of that into account, I believe that despite the proposal that we have in front of us of £2.9 million being spent over 3 years, that we're going to be in the perverse position that at a time of desperate public health need, and I've highlighted particularly children's mental health, but there are other areas as well, but children's mental health does stand out. At a time of desperate public health need, I reckon that at the 31st of March 2023, we will have a higher public health reserve than we do now. So for us to be in a position where we are accumulating public health reserve rather than spending it net at a time of crisis is ridiculous. And I note the way in which you look at me when I said that, Chair. So I'll say it again for the benefit of the minutes, because I know the minutes don't actually give you...
Councillor Bowden, before you say it again for the benefit of the minutes, I'm slightly aware that I suspect quite a lot of this debate has already been had at the Health Committee, and that you've already spoken to for quite a long time. So if you could slightly hurry up your remarks, I would be, and not repeat too many things, I'd be very grateful.
I'll repeat just the one then. And that is, and I'll have it on the record if you don't mind, that at the moment it looks as though the public health reserve at 31st March 23 is going to be higher than it is now at a time of real public health crisis, and that can't be right. And I will leave it at that, Chair. Unfortunately, the debate didn't happen properly at Adults and Health, and that's why it's happening now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I have two other speakers who I know are very keen to come in, and not unreasonably, I'm going to go to Richard first after the comments that have been made about his. Sorry, is there a seconder for the amendment? Just thank you, Steve. Richard.
I'm not going to rise to personal attacks on my chairing of the committee. To be honest, it's beneath, I think, good standards in this council. And I regret that Chris Bowden, who has got a genuine interest in health, I know, is choosing to play those party political games. If anyone was minded to, for a moment, think it was true, I invite them to go back to the videos which were published on our website and look at the last two meetings of the Adults and Health Committee, where this has been discussed extensively. And if Councillor Bowden or any other councillor wants to break the rules of procedure in the constitution of the council by continuously coming back and not respecting the rules, then they are disrespecting the council, and it's the proper role of any chair of any committee to make sure that doesn't happen. Let's actually deal with the substance of what's being said. The COVID pandemic is not a rainy day. It has been a dramatic, critical time for everyone involved in health over the last years. And of course, that has had an impact on other public health programmes. What we know is that there has been an underspend. I don't deny that. But as I said at the last meeting of this committee, when Councillor Bowden made exactly the same point, and you don't make something true that's not true by repeating it, as I said then, that we inherited a large underspend from the former Conservative administration. But on that point, I don't blame them, because the pandemic was what has pushed back our other work on public health, and that affected their administration as much as it does us. Furthermore, as Councillor Bowden and all of us heard at committee, there has been a real difficulties in recruiting the necessarily qualified public health staff, something that the health service is struggling with, something that other local authorities in their public health functions are dealing with. And of course, that then leads to a backlog in the services being provided. But instead of acknowledging that and supporting the £2.9 million, look at page 17 of the agenda, weight management initiatives, action to reduce smoking during pregnancy, understanding the health inequalities, a new strategic health improvement manager, and a new manager talking about mental health of children to deal with mental health. Maybe I could finish before there are interruptions. It's just another example of the lack of respect we see from the opposition group in this council. Can I continue?
If it is a point of order.
A point of personal explanation, because clearly, but it is
the same as a point of
okay,
of
a point of personal explanation, because I specifically said that I did support what has been done. I just said it wasn't sufficient.
Please, could you allow Richard to finish?
To deal with the mental health problems that the opposition are raising. They should be supporting that, and they're not in this resolution. The word outrageous was used last time by Councillor Bowden about our public health staff, and this is wrong in the course of a pandemic. What this committee should hear, and what Councillor Bowden at committee did hear, was that our Director of Public Health say that with this extra £2.9 million spending, what we've got left in reserve is the minimum that she believes is necessary to make sure that we can have continuity of services next year, because we are awaiting the NHS pay settlement, which could have a dramatic impact on our budget. Now, depending on that settlement, we may want to come back and look at this again. But I think, as we're going to see throughout this meeting, the economic incompetence of the Conservative opposition and administration, as was, is that they want to spend money that our own officers say it is too risky to spend in terms of the continuity of our service, and shame on them for doing so.
Thank you. Councillor Slatter.
Thank you. I really feel that Councillor Bowden should have should not have overcome his reluctance to speak, because he has showed his fundamental misunderstanding of how healthcare works for residents. on the ground among the officers, healthcare professionals, and people that need it. I was delighted with what I saw on page 17. Lots of bits that made my heart sing. But I would draw your attention to number 11, the public health manager, public mental health manager. Surely you understand that the phrase "what works for mental well-being" implies a lot of time and care and trouble and research and iterative development. You cannot just turn on the tap for mental health care, particularly for young people, for whom there are many thresholds that we don't see as adults, and we have to help them over those thresholds. We have to provide the services that work for them. Sometimes we find we pay for something and it doesn't work, then we stop doing that. Really, Councillor Bowden, I am losing patience with having been lectured at the Health Committee, at the Cosmic Committee and the Children Committee, being told we know very little and we need a little bit more time to get experience. If there are other members, I don't think there's any other member who is a member of all those three committees. Some are members of one or even two. We must seek every opportunity to raise the issue of health and well-being, and we can do so effectively in committee, but also in between committees. That's when the main work is done by councillors. Getting in touch with this office, I've got a name for this person, the better the name for all these other roles we're going to have. I want names so that I can email, say, is there a scope for this particular thing in Trumpington? Is there scope for this sort of thing in Wisbech? This is what we should do for a living, as well as working out the budgets. I am reassured by Richard and Lucy that the numbers are being crunched. I'm reassured by Mr. Howarth, who, if I understood it correctly, ring fencing for future means a carry forward. We're not losing the money, but we will be spending it wisely by planning, using it carefully, doing what works. And that must be also in partnership with the NHS, who have a lot to learn in terms of prevention and aftercare. And I'm doing that in all the liaison groups that I can get my mutter word in. And I'm sure you are doing too. Take up all those opportunities. It is something to be done throughout the council, and we'll be coming to that in the Cuspy report as well. But please, do not overcome. Perhaps go with your reluctance another time. Let's talk sense and practicalities in this committee. As a mere substitute, I hope that's okay, Mrs. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Slatter. Councillor Hoy.
Yes, thank you. So I think Councillor Howard and Slatter appear to be saying you're not going to support the amendment. And I am genuinely surprised, because regardless of any politics, I'm not going to get into who's done what committee, because I haven't been there. I genuinely haven't, right? So I don't know who says what a health committee, won't even attempt to. But I think the point is important that Councillor Slatter just made. The work is done between committees. It's not just made at committee meetings. And I was really pleased yesterday that Councillor Cox-Condren had organised a meeting, which we discussed previously. Tom was there. I think Maria King was there. It was cross-party meeting about these hubs and how we can move forward with these hubs and actually have some real action on mental health. And it was really quite exciting, actually, to think what possibilities there are and what options there are. But I think it's fair to say that the biggest problem we identified was these are going to cost money, and the money has to come from somewhere. And I think it would be dishonest of people to pretend that it wasn't. And no one so far I've heard has said that it won't cost anything. Everyone's kind of been quite realistic that these things are going to potentially be quite expensive, and we don't have a bottomless pot of money. There's obviously some options you can do. For example, we talked a lot about digital offering. That's been quite useful with Centre 33 and things they've done. And that's obviously slightly less costly, but again, that's not going to work for everybody, and we can't just rely on that. So I think the reason I think we need this amendment is because we need to have some money put aside to deal with this issue, because either you're going to have to find the money in a year's time, or you're not going to be able to do it. And I don't think either of those are ideal. I don't see why, if you are really committed, and if we're all committed to mental health, why we would not say that we're out. Because what I think frustrates me the most about it is actually, I don't think Councillor Bowden, and I don't mean this to be critical, but I don't think you actually went strongly enough on your amendment, because what you've done is actually quite wishy-washy in some ways, because it says we're asking the committee to look at potentially. So actually, you know, the committee could go away and say, we've looked at it and I'm sorry, we don't agree, we're not going to do it. So actually, I'm even more surprised that they aren't supporting accepting the amendment, because actually it doesn't really genuinely mean a very great deal to support it. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I don't see any other hands, so we will move to take a vote on the amendment. Councillor Cantler, seconder.
Seeing as I haven't spoken, reserve the right. Thank you, Chair. And then it will be Councillor Bowden next if you need any help with that rather than the vote. Thank you. All right. So first of all, I'd just like to say that.
Can I just check on that, Councillor Cant? I'm not sure that we do have rules that are quite as strict as that in terms of committees.
You're right.
I didn't think so. So I think after you've spoken, we'll move to the vote.
Yeah, it would have actually been yourself, as it's your paper he's amending, I believe. So we'll dodge that one. Yeah, just to start off on a slightly side note, at the last committee meeting of the SNR, much was made that somebody didn't address you as chair from this side. I didn't recall who it was. I'd just like to point out that you've already been addressed by Mr. Chairman, and it wasn't by a Conservative. So I think that we need to pay attention that we get used to things over a period of time. There's a slip of the tongue, but I don't think we should be hauled up over it when your own joint administration members do make the same slip up. I've got to compliment the excellent speech by Councillor Slatter. I thought it was very passionate. It made a lot of very valid points. However, the points were on the wrong subject. All right, there's a misunderstanding about what this amendment is about. This amendment is about the underspends, the projected underspends. There is full support for the package of measures on page 17. So that money is allocated, and everybody, Conservatives, are aligned in favour of that. The amendment is about the predicted as underspend on top of that the officers have already said may, well, or it's likely, I think the word is it's likely to happen. So let's not say that the Conservatives aren't supporting all those measures, page 17. We are in favour of them. We think they're good measures. I think it's unfortunate that we've had to wait so long for them to come forward. And I think it's unfortunate that they can't be accelerated. But this amendment is not about that. That has our support. This amendment is about the likelihood of the underspends, which Councillor Bowden has rightly said, already looks as if you will have more in reserves next year in the Public Health Reserve than you have this year. And it's therefore right that we highlight this early, considering all the other general reserves, 7.6 million going to go in, plus the fact you've increased the general reserve from 3% to 4%. So it's right that you try and offer services with the money sitting in your bank account. So this motion is entirely about that. It's not about the ones you've already approved. So I have to support this. And I think that the fine tuning of actually focusing on the children's mental health, considering the excellent debate we had on that subject at the full council meeting, although it was a quorum full council meeting, about supporting things like the children's mental health hubs, is a very valid way to point the public health direction of where we think and full council thought was important. One thing that Councillor Slatter did get absolutely spot on right, and I'm not an expert in these matters, I'm just Joe Bloggs who lives in the local community, is the variances of the mental health crises that these young people go through. It can be from something that just a little bit of help, guidance, reassurance stops that boil from blistering and bubbling up, right up to full interventions that may need medical supervision. Right? And it's very important that we recognise that the low-level interventions and support stop the full-blown ones in children. And there isn't much going on in that sphere at the moment. And I think that, or isn't sufficient, I saw the frown, and I will correct that, there isn't much going on. There is insufficient going on at the moment, and that was something that was recognised on Tuesday. So to say to the public health, committee, we on the strategy and resources think that you will have an underspend next year and you will have to decide how to spend it. But we do want you to try and spend it whilst we're going as quickly as possible, whilst we're going through the health crisis, to actually improve the lives of the future. And we think that a good area for you to look at will be children's mental health. So I think it's quite easy to support because we're not asking for anything to happen to page 17 or the current 2.93 million going on. We're talking about potential future underspends. So I do ask you to change your minds on this one and reread what's written. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Schumann, we did
a very brief point of order, Chair, and this is actually not intended to cause a problem, but actually I think is incredibly important. It's a point of order under our constitution and under section 6 members code of conduct. Councillor Count has mentioned an issue around using non-gender biased language, which this council has rightfully adopted. And yes, there was I'm sure, a completely inadvertent error by one of the members here. The fact that when that was raised, there was then members laughing at that. I'm sure it wasn't intended, but I certainly don't want the public to suggest for 1 second that we find that will take any of those situations light or would laugh at that when that becomes raised as an issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your point of order, Councillor Schumann. I also think that it's important that members should be allowed to respond to things that are said. And I think that any response in that was to an error, which I'm quite sure it was. So we will now move to the vote on this amendment. There's been quite a lengthy debate on it. I have to say that for me, the most important part of that debate and the thing that I was really, really pleased to hear about was the work that Councillor Hoy referred to, which is moving forward across party on developing those mental health hubs. And I am really pleased that we've heard this morning that that work is already moving forward following the meeting on Tuesday. And I think that the pace of that is something to be applauded for Councillor Hoy and the Children and Young People's Committee who are taking it forward. So thank you for raising that, Sam, and I'm really pleased to hear that that's going forward as quickly as it is. So if we now move to the vote on the amendment, all those in favour of the amendments, if you could please, show, raise your hands. And all those against the amendment, if you could raise your hands.
Chair, the result of the vote is 7 votes in favour, 8 against, no abstentions. The amendment is therefore lost.
Thank you. So following that, if we could now move to the vote on the recommendations in relation to this paper, we'll take the recommendations as unamended. Councillor Count.
Chair, don't we get to debate the main paper now? It's not amended.
I gave the opportunity for debating the main paper before the amendment, but no, I did, Councillor Count. I am happy to take a debate on it, but I did ask if there were any comments or questions on the paper.
Apologies, Chair, but you asked if there was any questions for officers. You did not open a debate. You said, are there any questions for the officers while he's in front of us? We have not had an opportunity to debate the main paper.
You would like to debate the main paper now? Could we please keep it relatively brief?
I'm uncertain why you keep reminding us to keep things brief when we're entitled to 5 minutes minimum. And I do take issue with Councillor Bowden's comments earlier about Councillor Howard, being cut back from making comments. And we know how much you don't like scrutiny, but this is the place for it. During the last administration, the one comment we repeatedly got after the committee was imposed on the Conservatives by the Labour and Liberal parties, they wanted it, we didn't, but we stuck with it because it worked well. But the one comment that you started picking up on then was the lack of scrutiny under the committee system because you wasn't very good at it. But now that the boot is on the other hand, and we're trying to use the committee system to scrutinise, you're telling us to keep our comments short. I think that's wholly inappropriate. I have 5 minutes, and under my chairmanship, I never ever stopped anybody in all my memory from speaking on a subject. So I'm going to move on to the points now. Thank you, Chair. The first one is on the recommendation. The Alconbury receipt of £300,000. I was heavily involved in the negotiations. Very glad to see that this money is now coming to the council. Just disappointed that it just tells us what it is. It doesn't tell us whether it was budgeted for or what's going to happen to it. I don't know whether it's in the original budget, what figure that was, or whether it's going into general reserve. So if we could have more information on things like that in future, rather than just, these things happen. In points 3.41, 6.31 and 6.6, there's basically an overspend on capital in highways. So they've used revenue to cover it. We've already discussed earlier on in the earlier comment note, the excuses used to justify why things aren't happening. But at the last SNR committee, I pointed out that you had £454,000 for new scheme development. All right. Now, the response on that is the combined whole authority has not come forward with any new schemes. I don't know if Elisa Machini has read this, but basically it's complaining that the Labour mayor is doing nothing. Well, I'm sorry, apart from the fact that maybe he isn't doing anything, this council has a highways responsibility to safety and other schemes, and we can bring forward our own schemes, which this should have been useful. You voted against it for the 20 mile per hour fund, but I see that you've turned tail and now actually have reversed that decision publicly, and you're actually moving forwards with the 20 mile thing. So I'm glad that we achieved a U-turn from you on that. On the public health budget, it's a matter of reporting. I'm not very comfortable that if you have a £2.3 million underspend in a year, and then you allocate it for spending in years 2, 3, 4 of the MTFS, that this should be marked as green. I don't really think that money being allocated for spending this year, I appreciate why it didn't get spent. I appreciate it's being reallocated to other years, but you can't really say that is green because you're going to spend it in different years. If you have a highways project and you have a £3 million underspend, you rephase that, you don't call it green. It has failed to deliver in time. It's not green, it's amber or red. And this has failed to be spent in the year it's intended. It's been allocated for the later years. So I think it's delusional or inappropriate that it should be green. I'd like that sort of treatment in the accounts to be looked at by the officers to see, whether it's fair, but if it is fair, which I doubt, how it should be reported properly in the future, because a lot of members of the public will simply look at something, see green and think everything's okay, and not realise that actually you haven't spent the money and it's going to a different year. I noticed that on page 20, a £36.7 million failure to deliver capital projects, and I think we'll keep highlighting that while it continues. I noticed in the budget moving forward, we've got money going into the climate fund. We're going to spend money on the climate. You had £300,000 for the Climate Action Fund allocated by the Conservative Party for spending this year. And the spend on that, page 22, by April of the coming year is zero, not one penny. You're very proud of your achievements, but you have money sitting in various pots throughout the organisation, which you have simply done nothing with. That's my comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comments. I believe a number of those were directed at the officers in terms of the way in which things are reported, and I'm sure that those will be taken into account in future reporting. Councillor Count.
Apologies, Chair, but I used to have that role. And never once did I say it's directed at officers. I read those papers and I approved them. My name's on it. Your name is on this. So, it's you with the officers. It's your responsibility, not just an officer's responsibility. Please don't shift the blame onto officers.
I was not shifting the blame. I was saying that the comments would be taken into account in terms of future reporting. And I absolutely take responsibility for these papers, and I don't accept in any way that was a comment that was derogatory towards the officers. In no way. Are there any further comments on these papers? Sam?
Yeah, just to express my disappointment that unsurprisingly the motion was lost, or the amendment was lost. Won't even look at potentially spending some of this money on that. It's all well and good saying, yes, cross-party work's happening, but it's useless if there's no money to do anything with. And I'm not going to support this paper purely because I understand. I'm not saying work's not happened on it at Health Committee, and a lot of work's been put into this. I'm not trying to devalue any of the work, but 105,000 for a public mental health manager to develop strategy. We've got so many strategies. We don't need more talking chops. We need action on the ground. That sum of money would pay for a service for an entire year to offer on the ground frontline support. And I don't think that spending money on more and more talking and more strategies is what we need.
Thank you for your comments. I'm sorry that you're not able to support the paper. I don't see any other hands, so if that is the case, we will move to the recommendations again. So we have the recommendations as laid out on the order paper. All those in favour of accepting the recommendations as printed, please raise your hands. Thank you. All those against? And any abstentions? Thank you.
Do you want me to announce that the vote is?
Yes.
For 11 votes in favour, 2 against and 2 abstentions. The recommendations are therefore carried.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Right, we'll move now to item 5 on the agenda, which is John Lewis and Sam Smith, who are introducing the Education Systems Programme work. So John, if you're ready to introduce the report, and Sam.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. So the report is fairly self-explanatory, so I don't intend going in details. It outlines the requirement for us to re-tender and invest in our management information systems. It is a legal requirement on local authorities to retain data on the children that access education within their area. And the system we currently use, Capital One, has been in place for some time. So we feel this is an appropriate time to go back through a tender process, reconsider how we use these systems, and reflect the fact that our business has changed significantly since we first put in place these arrangements. Equally, not all areas of education are using the current system. We need to make sure that our data is fully connected and we get the maximum benefit out of having that information in one place. I also believe that the project we're going through will help improve efficiency and effectiveness of the service. And obviously the capital investment is the request we're making to the committee. So I don't intend to cover anything.
We seem to have lost John. Sam, having lost John, is there anything you wanted to add at this point?
No, I think that John summarised it very well from the point of view of the report. It is covering a statutory requirement for the council, and the timing is essential in terms of the current contract, and the needs of the service have moved forwards, as have the technology. So it's really an opportunity to improve the service that's delivered, but it is all about a statutory requirement at the end of the day.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments on this paper? Councillor Goldson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, to the officers, if you can hear us, it's an old bugbear of mine personally, but there's rather large sums involved in the capital costs for resource costs for programme management, my old nutshell. Okay, external programme management. Why do we keep giving consultants money? Why have we not got an in-house programme office that takes control of these kind of things and shares resources project to project, like we asked last year, where we're at? I do get very frustrated that we continue to work in silos of resource growth. So I'll share an example. We've recently hired 3 project resources in the Environmental Committee, okay, none of which will be deployed full-time on the projects that we've asked them to do. We should be sharing those skills across the silos of our organisation through a programme office. I've had discussions with our current CEO on the matter, and I know she's greatly in agreement, but I do think that we need to look at this further. That said, fantastic project and well needed, right? But I do have concerns that the costs will line in the pockets of consultants in our county and from without. Thank you.
Thank you. Does Sam or John want to respond on that particular point before I go to Councillor Slatter?
I think just to come back, and I'm sorry, I just caught the end of it. Apologies for disappearing. I'm happy to have a conversation with Amanda. You know, we have to resource this. We certainly don't have that capacity within existing teams within education, but it's a fair point, Councillor Goldsack, and happy to take that away and look at that. Obviously, we're not committed to that spend stream at the moment. What we do need to get on with is the procurement, some of the procurement processes, but happy to have that conversation.
Amanda.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add to that in all these business cases, we mark the cost of the resource, whether it's internal or external, and we would always try to resource project management from our corporate team where the skills are appropriate. So if there is a specialist skill that's needed on a particular project, we might look to consultants, but I have asked for all business cases to recognise that there is a cost to that project management resource. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a cost that leaves the council. So I'll pick this up with John in this case to make sure what we resource. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Councillor Slatter.
Yes, I think it's a good point to always make sure we're not working in silos. We inevitably do it in teams, but not silos. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank officers for the maps we get, because if you're a county councillor, you suddenly think, oh, what sort of school is that? Because things are so complicated now. We stick it on the map and we find we've got links. Please, it is time well spent. It may be very tedious, and I don't know whether it's a punishment within a team to be given the job of putting things on the map, but it's helpful, and I can also direct residents to that to show these things are open as much as they can be. Obviously, there are confidential issues. Also, governors or potential governors. So thank you very much for the back office work. It's much appreciated.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions or hands on this item. So if we are happy to move to the recommendations, the Strategy and Resources Committee is asked to approve the recommendations as laid out on the paper. All those in favour, if you could raise your hands. It is, yeah. I think that's, Michelle, do you want to announce?
Chair, I think that's all members in favour, voting in favour, so it's unanimous.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you, John and Sam, and good luck with the procurement. Okay, we'll move on to item 6 on the agenda, which is the shareholder review of this land, and the Chief Financial Officer will introduce this report.
Chair, this report presents the results of the review undertaken by the consultants Avison Young into this land, the council's wholly owned property company. As well as being this land's single shareholder, the council is also the company's only lender, and lending currently extends to 114 million. So clearly in that context, it's crucial that the council has full visibility and oversight of the company's standing and commercial progress. We're keenly interested that sum on loan continues to lead to a yielding interest amount, and the council continues that strategic interest to receive interest, to ensure the return of the capital sums on loan, and seeing deliverables from the company in the form of homes and broader impacts and objectives. In September 2021, this committee received the annual update from Visland on its business plan, and that was a second iteration on the plan, which the company submitted in April 2020. We see through Avison Young's report that the company is at an important point of transition, moving from disposals and sales over the last 15 months to a greater focus on development and construction in the coming months, and also on its further and future pipeline of new land and further commercial endeavours. So it's very timely in that context to review this land. The questions to the reviewer formed 6 broad questions, and the committee will see the outcomes of that report included in the appendix in detail. Amongst the areas that Avison Young considered, they've looked in detail at individual sites and assessed their commercial prospects and progress. They've considered the information available to this land and to the this land board and to the council as shareholder, assessing the management of risk, and analysis of sensitivities and the readiness and the availability of information. They've looked at the business plan as a whole and detected crucially that there is a dependency on a number of as yet unsecured sites. And I draw the committee's attention to section 3.2.4 of the report that sets out that dependency and the required future profitability. Avison Young conclude that the company has a number of good structures in place, but the way that some of those structures are currently operating does lack oversight and visibility, both at board level and how that feeds back to the council. So as this land emerges into its next stage of development, it's clear there must be change and immediate actions. And we're pleased that the company is working effectively to embrace the recommendations and move forward with its commercial activity. The report then summarises the actions needed at the company into three broad headings. There's a focus on resourcing and personnel. This is to ensure the company has effective leadership moving forward and continuing to improve its engagement with other stakeholders, partners and the council itself, and that it has sufficient internal capacity around land promotion and financial modelling in particular. There's a number of commercial and technical recommendations for the company, a series of updates that need to be made to the business plan model, which are set out at 3.2.2. These do show that there is some headroom or upside that the company has achieved in recent months that will be much needed to consider the risk that the company faces going forwards and how it achieves a broad range of objectives. And on that point, the final area of improvement or headline area of improvement is around the strategy, objectives and vision. There needs to be additional clarity around the financial ask inside the company, a clear consideration that going forward in terms of future lending, this cannot be a purely commercial endeavour, and that there's opportunities for the council's broader outcomes and interests to also be served, alongside recognising that there are tight financial parameters that the company must operate to, and it clearly needs to deliver ambitious and significant commercial returns going forward. There are also important recommendations in that context for how the council itself operates and oversees the company. Going forward, there's immediate actions around collaborating with the company on workshops and financial modelling that leads to a signed off and updated financial model that will get revalidated by external assurance. Adoption of updated strategy documents, which will be fit for purpose and looking ahead for a number of years, and establishing a mirror board inside the council to oversee the information that the board and the company and the council receives in that oversight. There are a number of individual actions as well, so updating our assessment of the land values in the company, which acts as the security, collateral and mortgage, and receiving the outputs of a board effectiveness review, which will coincide with a number of appointments and reappointments to the company's board, which will be considered in coming months. Finally, the report goes on to assess the risk environment facing the company and provide a brief update on progress at individual sites. This includes that construction will be commencing this year at 5 locations. There have been a number of recent property sales, and that individual house sales to retail customers will begin shortly at OVA. Chair, this committee will receive further progress updates on progress with the recommendations in this report at its March meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom, and thank you for your work on this, which has been an important piece of work for us over the last few months. I'd now like to open the debate on this paper. Well, first of all, are there any specific questions to Tom on his part of this paper? Councillor Goldside.
Yeah, thank you. As many of you will remember, I was chair of the committee that had responsibility for this land up until May last year, and I'm broadly pleased to see the findings of the report. A couple of comments in it did make me smile, which made me question whether we or the authors of the report truly understand the nature of the business, which is we should be concerned that a number of their forecast sites are yet unsecured. They've got land. They have to go through a planning process to get planning on it. You know, so the fact that we're worried that they're unsecured I was a little bit perturbed about, but largely I welcome the report. I think it's quite good. You'll also recall those that were members last year and those that observed. We went through an exercise of real openness with this land, with a series of seminars and openness, and even at full council answering all the questions last year. So I think this has gladly brought it on. If we look at the cash in bank position with this land now and their forecast, I think we can all say that this is a good thing. I welcome there's some tweaks, and I think there are some changes in policy that would be beneficial for this land, and maybe we can look at some things. But all in all, and I note with the outgoing chairman who has recently left or been removed, whatever, I'm not sure, can probably hold his head up high in his return to the organisation. Thank you.
Tom, do you want to come back on anything that Councillor Goldsack has said?
Yep, so I think there's Councillor Goldsack is right to draw attention to the company's improved liquidity and cash flow balances. That is one of the results of those land sales after the last 12 to 15 months. Just on the secured unsecured point, that is quite important, and what the consultants mean there is that it's not so much the planning issue, that it's that the sites aren't identified at all yet. Now, we know there's an ongoing work for the council, for the company to do to identify those, but what particularly comes home is that looking at the programme plan, the company should have identified more sites at this point than it currently has. So while it's ahead of plan on some of the land disposals, it's behind schedule on land identification for future purchases or future promotion. And that's why they've committed to put additional resource into that going forward.
Thank you, that's very clear. Any other comments on this paper? I think we'll open for general debate now. So I've got Councillor Bowden and then Councillor Edna and Richard and Steve, I think. And Peter. So Chris.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. I too very much welcome this report. It never, ever does any harm to review something, especially something which is relatively new, and to see exactly where we are with it. And whilst most of the comments are of a type which I would have expected to see in an organisation of this age and of this maturity, there was only one which actually worried me, and I'm pleased to see it's been identified and will be, of course, rectified. And that was the lack of site-specific risk registers, which I find surprising, putting it mildly. So I'm really pleased that's been highlighted, and that I'm quite confident will now be rectified. I have a more general concern about the attitude that the administration showed from the very beginning concerning this land, and that was that political priorities to do with this land would partially negate the purpose of the company. And the purpose of this company was to provide long-term secure funding for the council's frontline services. Now, my concern about that, I was actually rather surprised to see that reflected in the report. And the report does state in paragraph 10.18 that diverting in part from the primary commercial objective that this land is currently operating within may have a negative impact on the financial return realised by the council. And I think that is a very important comment which has been made in this report. And what I would like officers to be able to assure us and to provide to us when the time comes is that when we do have these diversions from the primary commercial objective for this land in order to achieve certain political aims, that is quantified so that we know what the cost will be to the council. And I think that's a very legitimate matter, Chair, if I may suggest so. It's a legitimate matter for us to know.
Thank you for those comments. I've got Edna next.
Thank you very much. I was fascinated to read this report, being new to the council, and I completely support the moves to turn this around and make it a successful venture that we need it to be. But I have to say, I'm quite surprised by the comments that have been made so far, because I was actually very shocked reading this about getting an insight into the origins and original concepts for this land. And what came across to me, very strikingly, was a recklessness, mismanagement, even an arrogance. It starts on page 6, 2.7, with the finance director departure in 2019, and generally a realization that all was not well, that a review of the business plan showed that it was, quotes, too optimistic and, quotes, exposing the council to undue risk. And risk is the optic through which we can assess the way in which this venture was framed. And through the report, in the early days, risks weren't identified, they weren't quantified, they weren't managed, they weren't even discussed at the board. The point of understanding about risk is, as they say at 5.17, the opaqueness, extraordinary, the opaqueness of the underlying assumptions increases the likelihood of errors, increases the likelihood of inaccurate positions being reported, and increases the underappreciation of the risk, and puts in question, as the report says, the board's understanding of the risk, or even if risks were discussed. So risks were mismanaged, or if they were identified. For example, there were confusing aims of this land to reduce council financial exposure in contrast to generating increased returns. There was always that tension. There was, as the report says, no attempt to quantify individual risks, and also, therefore, no mitigation of those risks. There was no clear focus on maintaining cash balances, which is critical, basic for a business. They needed to maintain 5 million cash balances, but there were 12 periods when there were only 2 million cash in the bank. And the financial modeling that they used as a reporting tool, and there's a lot of criticism that they didn't really have. Rather politely, they say it's not good practice. They didn't really do financial modeling. So there was a lack of information as well, and gaps. So there's probably information that isn't available, the two internal audits which are not available. And rather concerningly, the report cites that information was provided and then updated information was provided a few weeks later, which was completely different. So there is a sense of, even now, perhaps a lack of grip on some basics. But the early conception of this, the key takeaway with unusual financial practices, for example, not having a finance charge, no contingencies and so on. This was just reckless with council land, fundamental capital assets. And it was a reckless venture and is critical to get this right.
Thank you very much. Next on my list is Richard.
Thank you, sir. I want to start by thanking Tom Kelly and his team, for whom this has been a big priority during the last months, and they've been very diligent in doing it in what has been quite a difficult exercise. And also thank those members of the board and staff of this land, some of whom have got the right skills and knowledge and that we need to deliver. And I think the criticisms that many of us would have of this land, we would want to accept at least some of the people there in relation to that. But this is a shocking indeed report and is a tale of recklessness, as my colleague Councillor Murphy has said. It's written in officer speak, so let's just translate some of it. 1.6, deficiencies in its assumptions and planning. Right? It's based on falsehoods, what they're doing. Business plan is superficial. Well, that actually reads for itself. Not started to address key worker or net zero housing, i.e. not dealing with housing, which is what it's supposed to be doing. Board composition has weaknesses. The board hasn't been, as a whole, hasn't been up to it. Several shortcomings and assumptions which require immediate attention. Their plans are based on false assumptions that just don't work in the real world. Getting planning consent is significantly adrift of their published schedule. Right? They're just not dealing in a way that they say they are. The financial model needs to be fit for purpose. The financial model is not fit for purpose. Bring diversity of background to the company. It doesn't have diversity of background. And refocus resource from non-executive input. Does that mean that the directors are paying themselves too much to the Cambridgeshire County Council council taxpayer? I am astounded that the Conservatives who set this up and have presided over this land tell the committee today that, with one small exception, they're unworried by this report. Indeed, Councillor Goldsack said he was pleased by this report. What world are they living on? What is quite clear from this report is the former Conservative administration were interested in setting up a development arm for creative accountancy, not house building. The evidence of the report is that financial targets was set which were stretching and had to be reduced. They were never going to be realised under the former administration. They've been servicing the debt using the loan that we've given to them, which means they won't have enough money at the end to pay back to the council. And that was set up under the Conservative administration. And this land had cash balances which were inadequate. All of that is in the report. It's not political speak, it's not Labour or the Joint Administration. All of that is in the independent report, which is before us. It is quite clear the previous Conservative administration undertook a complete failure of oversight. And whether there was cronyism or not in the appointment of a high-level former Conservative MP as the chair, who chaired this woeful record from this land, only members opposite in the opposition who were then in charge can tell us. I've talked to other members of the interview panel who were opposition members at the time. I'm not going to comment on what they said, but I am going to say the Conservatives have questions to answer. I do want to hope that the other Conservative speakers in this debate will show some humility, some honesty, and the ability for self-criticism, as well as wanting to criticise us as administration. And Chair, I end by saying what we're doing about this, not just criticising what happened in the past. So first of all, it was right, even though we knew this all along, that we commissioned an independent review and that we go forward on the basis of a detailed understanding of the strengths and weaknesses going forward. And I think that has been the correct thing to do. Secondly, we're going to actually talk about housing and providing housing to people in a county where homes are too expensive and are too inaccessible to too many people. Thirdly, we are going to change the culture, the communications, and the governance of this land. It's going to be difficult, but it is right that we set ourselves the task of doing that. And as the Chief Financial Officer has said, we're going to undertake more overview with this mirror board. None of that should we have had to do hadn't it been for the failings of the former Conservative administration. But we will do, because in the joint administration, we will uphold what we wrote in the joint administration agreement, that we will start a radical overhaul of the council's development company, this land, with the aim of redirecting it towards building genuinely affordable housing and supported living facilities. That is the right way going forward.
Thank you very much, Richard. Useful comments. Steve is next, and Sam, I've got your hand on the list.
Thank you, Chair. I seem to have read a different report to at least one councillor here. I acknowledge that there are issues which have been picked up, and I welcome the fact that this in-depth report has picked up the various issues, the ones about risks not being identified sufficiently at the start of the business, the financial modelling using a different model to what the Ernst Young AY prefer. And I think it's good that we have got this oversight. You've brought it forward. It's made some recommendations. I'll move that forward. But I don't find that the shocking record that somebody's trying to make out is fully encompassed in there. And this is a little bit overboard on it. Much of this was set up as a new company, and things don't happen overnight, and they get matured over time. The original business plan was updated in time to make sure, because it was felt as it's recognised, the stretched limits were there. By the time it was created, and the purest way it was developed at that point in time was to help a council that needed money on its frontline services to deliver finance to adult social care, to deliver it for children's care, to deliver it for our highways. So the focus there, because we're not responsible for housing at the county council, the district council, we're not responsible. We set up a company where the primary objective was to deliver a financial return to the council, which it's done. That's encompassed in the report. It's met all its loan payments back on time, and it doesn't state that they're going to run out of money at the end of the thing. It doesn't say that. That's simply not in there. All right. It's got a business model that needs some tweaking. I welcome the tweaks. I welcome what's going to move forward. But I think that was just pure theatre, the recklessness that was being described. I want to make, put it on the record, we did tone down what a completely commercial enterprise would have done in some cases. We said to the directors, we said, we have to have the main focus on the financial return. But when push comes to shove on affordable housing, we do not want you to be cutthroat about this. All right. But it was a desire, it was not an instruction, and it was the way that they behaved. The engagement that they had in the communities that actually built in and got their planning in was excellent. The response from the locals was excellent because they were that kind of behaviour company, and they continue to be that. It wasn't set up to be a house building company. It was set up to be a development house building company whose primary aim was return to the council. I noticed that your pact states that you're going to have a radical overhaul of this land. There's nothing in this paper that is a radical overhaul. There are key things that need to be done: a new financial model, risk assessments, etc., etc. These are key things that need to be done. And if we'd have had this report in front of us, we'd have done the same ourselves. In fact, I welcome the fact that this report has been commissioned, the same as it was welcomed earlier. And we welcome the fact that it's identified things that can be improved. All right. But there's nothing in this report that there is a radical overhaul, and that is your pact commitment. When you get to the point of a radical overhaul, and I believe that that is, as Councillor Howard's just said, to be a true housing builder, to actually deliver affordable homes, etc., etc., there is a cost to that. And that was pointed out by the peer review team. When you said to the peer review team, we're going to start building loads of affordable housing, they pointed out to you, you can, that's your company, you can set a new strategic direction, you're the 100% owner, but there will be a cost to that. That's recognised in this report, that there is a cost in that. Councillor Bowden made a very sensible request earlier on. When you do decide to change the direction of this land, please quantify the cost. Please quantify the cost and what you're going to achieve for that. Because there is an element of what is the council responsible for? Is it to actually deliver children's services, affordable housing, etc.? Is it broader aims? Is it right to tax people for council tax because of these broader aims? And to make those valuable decisions at whatever, whether it be committee or full council, you need the facts. So when you decide on your overhaul, we would appreciate a comparison on the returns under the existing or improved model that you're now going to bring forward, and the radical overhaul that you have so widely promised. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Peter, you're next.
Thanks, Chair. So as Mark knows, that when we had seminars last year to take a look at the business model and the operation of this land, and I'm grateful that he did that at that time. But I remember Mark having to shut me up because I probably had 10 or a dozen questions, of which 2 were answered during that time. And I don't think Mark was trying to hide anything. I think the simple fact is he had no idea. And he had no idea because Josh, as the shareholder representative, also had no idea what was going on within this land. And so I too welcome the report. I don't welcome it in the sense that Mark is saying that everything is fine and dandy, because that's not what the report says, Mark. So I'd like to give credit also to Councillor Gough and to Tom.
We've been invited to look back at videotapes of other committee meetings. I would invite you to look back at videotapes of this one. What I said is I welcome the report and its findings. Okay, there are lots in there that's good. There's lots in there that needs improvement. That's basically what I said. For some reason, we're now being accused, Peter, I'm most surprised by yourself, that I shut you up. I'm sorry, that's the behest of this current administration. That was never an action on our part, never.
Okay, Chair, may I continue? So I do pay tribute to the work that Councillor Gough as shareholder representative has done now, and Tom and the officers. It's a very interesting report. It provides the kind of transparency that myself as a member have been looking for. Everybody in this room and all our residents want this land to succeed, clearly. We understand that because the financial relevance to the council is absolutely enormous. One of the residents in one of my parishes that saw the report published the other day was astonished and pleased at the same time. One of my parishes contains one of the sites for potential development, and they had never seen more than a listing of a planning application and a couple of paragraphs about this land. So the report that's come forward to us, I think, is truly a transformational opportunity. But I've got to say, coming back to Josh's previous shareholder representative, and also to Mark, that there are really concerning observations in here. First of all, we see under section 5.25, overall, we do not consider that there is a full understanding within this land of the level of risk exposure the business is under. And they go on to detail that in quite some detail. And later on in business planning assumptions, section 10.2, and this is really quite worrying. On a general basis, we've noted that it's been difficult to extract information from this land, which would normally expect to be readily available for a company who are managing and delivering directly a portfolio of development opportunities. That's really a concerning statement. And 10.3, and then I'll conclude, Chair. It was further reiterated during a virtual clarification session when a number of anomalies when the assumptions were raised. It did not seem that there was a sufficient level of familiarity and understanding of the sites during the meeting. So in other words, we have an organization that doesn't even understand its own portfolio, either the value of that or the future value to the company and to this council. So I do welcome the report. I think it's a potentially transformational opportunity, and it's right for us as joint administration to look at potential new plans and how we can really bring a return to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to let you know, I've got Lorna and then Josh, Philippa, Sam, Tom and Elisa. Okay, I'll take Sam off. When we finish this item, we will then have a break because I'm aware we've been going for some time. So Lorna.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not surprised at the number of speakers indicating an interest in saying something on this, given the significance of the item in front of us today. As the report says, it's the most thorough review that there has been of this land, which is not a brand new organisation. And the findings in it, as has already been expressed by Councillors Murphy and MacDonald and Councillor Howitt, the findings really do give more cause for concern than one would pick up if one was merely listening to the speeches of members opposite. I heard the word tweaking a couple of times from Councillor Count, and I want to go back to paragraph 3.1, which I think encapsulates what's going on here. The review has highlighted several shortcomings at this land and criticisms of operations or assumptions which require immediate attention. There is ongoing constructive discussion with this land about the areas for improvement, and it's recognised both short-term urgent actions and longer-term change will be required. This requires both effective leadership by the company and clear objectives from the council, with robust oversight governance to hold the company to account as shareholder and lender. And that is the position that we have several years, I think 2-3 years at least, into this company. We have seen an attitude of supine indifference from the members opposite when they were in administration. Councillor Murphy talked about reckless and arrogance and talked about risk quite rightly. Councillor MacDonald raised a number of really key issues in the report which do require that urgent attention and that are beyond just tweaking. I have to say that one of the things that jumped out at me is 2 words in the same sentence that really ought never to be in the same sentence, and one of those is accounting and the other one is unusual. I don't like to hear about unusual accounting. That worries me enormously. I have to say that I am very pleased to see that this land appears very willing to be engaged in putting some of these matters right. But this is going to be, I think, a at least medium-term project. There is a lot to put right with this company. And there is a lot to resolve, a lot of work to do to bring this company and this council's interest in this company back to the place where it needs to be. So I am really, really pleased that one of the commitments we made as a joint administration was to get a report together and to tackle the things that have been going on at this land. I'm very pleased to see that this appears to be the kind of no holds barred report I was hoping we would see, so that we can start to address the very real issues that face us and face the company. And I will be very pleased indeed to support the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh.
Thank you, Chair. Be interesting to know if anybody could answer the question of how many units this land are looking to develop in their business plan currently. So, it's a very interesting response. The dumb silence of the administration.
Josh, I would like to say that please don't take that as dumb silence. We had an extremely lengthy briefing on that yesterday.
So the answer is.
The answer is, I would say I am very bad at remembering numbers off the top of my head. I'm not going to give you a number off the top of my head, but Elisa and I sat with them yesterday and had a very, very thorough briefing on exactly how many units they had.
Great. I did know the number when I was involved with the organisation because I felt it was a very important number to remember. Anyway, Chair, do not kid yourself that this land and its successes, which are identified by the money it's returned to this council and will return in its business plan, have anything to do with the administration in the last 6 months. The way that a development company works and the way that development land works is it's over a long period of time of sustained hard work, dedication, and commitment to the cause, because development isn't easy and comes with a huge amount of challenges. If it was easy, everybody would do it. So I'm really pleased that we've been looking at a report which has identified where there were issues, but equally clearly identifies that this land is a going concern and one which will continue to develop income for this council going forward. That's something which I'm glad the previous administration can boast was their creation, despite the continued blocks that were placed by the opposition parties at the time. I'm not going to hide away from the fact that the chief finance officer who was departed from this land was not an inappropriate appointment. However, I would quite happily say and report that inappropriateness of the then chief finance officer was identified by an officer of this council and myself as the member representative. We identified concerns, we challenged the executive team, and we went on to push as far as we could until the executive and the board of directors decided that the person that was employed was not appropriate for the company. That, for me, is not a lack of understanding or scrutiny. It's exactly stepping in where you should. However, The ridiculous notion this administration has that it can run a development company is absolutely going to end up with this land failing, I can guarantee you, because insisting on arbitrary numbers of affordable housing and other well-meaning gestures will absolutely guarantee that the business plan and the finances which you've raised concerns over will not be delivered. An arm's length is important. And I'm sure Tom Kelly, our Chief Finance Officer, explained to you, the more that you interfere with it, the greater risk you have of overstepping the mark and therefore the accountancy rules that we are governed by. And that could have huge implications for this council that may well be backdated. Also, I've seen in the roles that I've had with the previous administration and this land, that when the county council are overzealous in their impacts and their influences on the ability of this land to trade, it causes unnecessary delays. And I can give examples of those. Councillor Howitt helpfully pointed out at 1.6 and repeatedly about the planning issues that this land apparently had no idea of. That's simply untrue. They made assumptions because it's reasonable for a development company to make assumptions on planning. However, it's undeniable that a lot of the sites in the early phases were in areas of Cambridgeshire, particularly South Cambridgeshire. Those sites were imperative for the company to deliver. The assumptions that this land made at the time was that the Liberal Democrat South Cambs District Council might be able to determine planning applications in a timely manner. How deluded they were, because the Liberal Democrat South Cambs District Council failed repeatedly to determine applications on time, to the point that we had to threaten to challenge and judicially review the processes of South Cambs District Council in order for them to react. That's been proven in the courts time and time again and is well documented at their failures. So don't pretend that this land were wrong to make assumptions that local authorities might behave in a reasonable manner, because that's, I think, quite an acceptable assumption to have made. But what we then realized is that their inability to deliver was not going to change until the administration at that authority changed and actually the planning delivery service increased. And so they reprofiled. That, again, is a response to a challenge. When you identify risk and you realize that risk is increasing, you make amendments to hopefully lessen that risk going forward. That's exactly what happened. There's been comments that the Conservatives should have questions to answer, I think was Councillor Howard's comments. Well, I would like to answer some questions. The main question we should be asking ourselves with this land is, what was this land set up for? Why was this land established? Well, the reason this land was established is and the answer I will give, it was to support this council's budget, to support the residents of Cambridgeshire and to put money into our budgets to support the vulnerable people throughout our county and obviously the other areas of spending. The next question is, has this land delivered against that? The answer is yes. I think to paint a picture of this land being in complete disarray, not only does it a huge disservice to the hard work of the previous administration, officers and officers of this land, but also is a really damning approach of this administration to send a message out there when this company is dealing with other partners and working in a business and private sector, to suggest it's in complete disarray to the rest of the world is inappropriate and irresponsible. Because if you can guarantee one thing, the way to make this company fail is tell the world it's failing. Chairman, I'm disgusted with the comments that I've heard today. I don't think this report is a bad thing. I think it's a positive thing. And it's reflective, and it's something which I called on many times, and the previous Chief Finance Officer requested many, many times until we've got it. It wasn't the administration that simply insist on this. It was something which we have been put in place and have been asking about. The internal reviews were carried out, and then it was always anticipated an external review would be carried out. So I welcome this report. Yes, I do welcome this report because it is something which we can look at and hopefully review and take points from and move forward from. But do I think it's a complete damning report of this land? No, I don't. And I think it's inappropriate for us to suggest it is.
Thank you. Philippa is next.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know whether it's abuse of being a substitute and whether this is inappropriate, but I would like to look at the legacy of this land housing developments. It may be something I should do outside this meeting, certainly as far as detail is concerned, but I can't be the only person who was a district councillor at the turn of the century and had to preside over selling off the family silver in the form of the council housing and the land it was on. Obviously, we could not buy it back at same prices. Prices in Cambridge certainly went up and up and up. So again, we did change things in order to build housing. I am now living and working with the problems that come with housing delivered by a variety of housing associations and developers in the form of problems to do with the tenure. And I know this is something to follow up elsewhere, but I would hope that we don't leave a legacy into the next generation where the people who was really pleased to have a roof over their heads find they have problems insofar as they can't get aftercare service from the people who are managing their homes. And I would not hate to think that the county council was the one leaving that legacy. We live with the legacy of Countryside and Grosvenor and so on in Trumpington. We know perfectly well that they are in it for the money. I understand the need for developers. My brother's one. And I was just want to know if I could follow this up, because I would hate us to be bad neighbours or bad landlords or leave a legacy of the wrong person, people managing the housing in an unhelpful way that brings mental stress, physical stress, financial stress, as I see it now in Trumpington.
Thank you, Philippa. Sam, did you want to take back your place on the list?
Yeah, that's okay. Well, I wasn't going to speak, but I just wanted to add a bit of clarity for Councillor Slatter, because I don't believe affordable housing under this land would have been the same as council housing anyway, because for councils to build council housing, it's done under a housing revenue account, and this land's done as a private company, so it wouldn't be too dissimilar to a housing association.
Point of information, that's the very point I'm making, is that we will be handing over to a housing association or other management rather than keeping it in democratic control like council housing was.
Can I suggest we take this back outside the meeting? Thank you. Sam, was there anything else you wanted to say? Okay, I'm going to move to Tom now.
Thank you, Chair. I just refer back to paragraph 5.15 when it says it's reviewing the financial model, and then at 5.16 it says the model operation is not overly transparent in its working or flexible in its use and form a risk management, and from a risk management perspective, we consider this to be an issue. I think what we're doing is highlighting deficiencies in this land where they appear. It's clearly not overly transparent. The next paragraph says much the same thing. So I think that is a very reasonable thing for us to point out. I'd like to ask a question of what they intend to do when they mention, or the report mentions the negative attributes of 9.9. That doesn't seem terribly clear. I think we need a response from them on that. Councillor Schumann mentioned the planning process. Well, in fact, the report doesn't really highlight the deficiencies in the planning process. It says that they haven't identified land, which I think was a point mentioned earlier. And if they are concerned about the planning process, one of the district councils or the city council not meeting their planning obligations, and there's a right of appeal, of course, with the planning inspector. I don't know why judicial review would be used, because that wouldn't actually change a decision. It would just look again at how a decision would be made. So there are clear deficiencies throughout this report. I don't think it's unreasonable to highlight those. And it's important that we scrutinise those. We've been criticised for not liking scrutiny, but I think it's important that we as an authority scrutinise and respond to some of those deficiencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. And I think finally, Elisa.
Thank you, Chair. And it has been a very, very interesting debate. I would like, first of all, to add my sincere thanks to everyone who's worked on this report, to Avison Young, to our own officers, and to those in this land who cooperated. It's a very, very good and thorough piece of work. We commissioned this back in the summer, and we were certainly being pressed, I suppose, by the public and the local press. They were keen for this report to be delivered. It was delivered a little bit late, but I am, very glad to say that we made it just under the wire, just ahead of Sucre. So I think that's, I'm very pleased about that. Well, there you go. But don't spoil anything and watch this space. There's been a few interesting points that have been made. I mean, the first one I would like to pick up on is the fact that I can't remember who made it, but somebody mentioned, oh, do AY know exactly what they're doing and do they understand the business? I'm sure that that was not made to suggest anything untoward, but I would like, to draw the attention to the fact that when an independent company criticizes you, again, not Sucre, an actually genuinely independent company, to question their expertise is not the right way to answer that. But I'm sure that's not how it was meant. We have had, I'm pleased that the opposition actually welcomes this, and we even went, with Councillor Count, as far as hearing, we couldn't see or do or approve any of these recommendations, because if we had had this report when we were in charge, I am a little bit, the implication being that, up until May 2021, clearly the old administration didn't feel that there was any need to commission something like that. And that would actually really surprise me, considering that the gap between the overall value of the assets that this land was handed over by us and the debt that they owe us was widening. And that was a very, very clear concern picked up by the general public. And there wasn't transparency in terms of those questions being answered, because all we had, I did go to the full council briefing that was organized, which was just for members. And, it wasn't really the kind of thing that would have addressed the level of concern that was out there. I get it. I've heard the point more and more. We set this up just so that it would give us 6 million a year. Now I get it. I know that's why it was done. It's very, very clear from what AY are saying. That's exactly the only thing they were told is give us 6 million a year. But the point is that, and this point has been made once again by the opposition, these things are not for free. Nothing you do is for free. Shifting the focus, making more council housing, no, we can't make council housing, more affordable housing, more different types of housing. These things will have a financial impact on what this land does. Everything, every decision you make has budgetary implications that you have to accept, including the fact that you leave them roaming just with the understanding that it doesn't matter what happens as long as we get those 6 million a year. We have got them. But the risk that has been developed, the problems that have been developed, at some point, the entire thing would have fallen. And with that respect, Councillor Schumann says you will fail if you go the way you want to go. We will see, shall we? This isn't going to be achieved overnight, but I would be far more comfortable with managing a risk that comes from precise direction and oversight as opposed to lack thereof. I know we're not responsible for delivering housing, but it was a choice that was made, set up a housing company. And you have to live with the consequences of that choice. Now, Lucy and I hope she doesn't mind me speaking for her, but Lucy and I, we are actually, for me certainly, it's been quite a learning curve. We are enthusiastic, we want to engage, we want to fix all of what AY have highlighted. Not all the answers are ready yet, but they will be. We are pleased with the engagement that we're getting. We are pleased with the fact that, there will be cooperation and we will work very closely with this land. But we can't pretend that there haven't been problems building for a very long time. And I think in closing, we absolutely need to recognize that perhaps if those problems hadn't been created, we wouldn't be needing to write a joint agreement in which we set up to overhaul something that is as problematic as it is. So I hope that's enough, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Count, I'm really worried about letting you come in because we've already had a huge number. If I let everybody come back twice, please keep it extremely brief.
Chair, I'm going to be very brief, and I'm also going to try and be non-politically extremely helpful here. We live in a world where there are certain protocols for dealing with arm's length companies, and if you're seen to be too involved, they can be challenged. We live in a world where the developers around here can be very aggressive. I'm sure that Councillor Machini, when she said with precise direction and oversight, she meant by the nature of employing external experts or helping the company with their permission to go somewhere forward. Because if there was precise direction and oversight from this council, that would put us at risk. So I'm hoping that you'll just accept it that way, because the last thing I want us to do during this debate.
I certainly meant within the law.
Thank you very much, Councillor Machini, and thank you, Chair, for letting me come in on that one.
Thank you. That was helpful. And it is certainly the case that we need to keep that distinction between the shareholder role and the company role very clear. I think that has been a lengthy but productive discussion. I am very pleased that all members welcome this report, and I add my thanks to the officers and to AY for the report, and to the company actually for the work that they've been doing over the last couple of months to make sure that the information was available. I think there were some concerns about some of the information which was not available, but I know that the officers who are currently in the company have done their best to make sure that information was available to the external consultant as needed. I think that it's difficult to overestimate the risk that this land poses to this company. I mean, it is an absolutely enormous amount of money that we have handed over to them, and it's very, very important that that money is being well directed. So I think this report is an enormously valuable contribution to making sure that we can have confidence in this land as we go forward. I think there are some clear things here that need to be resolved, and we will be doing everything we can to make sure that those are resolved as soon as possible. So a new report will be coming back to this council, or another report will be coming back to this council in March, I hope. If it's not ready for March, we will delay it. It's important to get this right. It is absolutely important to get this right. So thank you for the debate. I haven't heard anybody actually have any questions about the recommendations on this one. So I hope that we can take those recommendations now to receive the report, to take account of the reviewers' recommendations and the actions for the council. So all those in favour of those recommendations, please raise your hands.
Chair, that's unanimous.
Excellent, thank you. So at that point, we will take a short break. If we could be back, if we have 9 minutes and are back at 12, if people are happy with that, that would be excellent. Thank you. So if we could be ready to make a start again, that would be great. Thank you all. The next item on the agenda is item 7, which is the strategic framework. So I will ask Julia Turner to introduce the report. Is Julia there? Yes. And Tom, welcome.
Thank you, Chair, and hello, members. So we're bringing here the strategic framework and performance management framework to you, which forms part of our business plan. The strategic framework, which you'll find in Appendix A, this has come from the Joint Administration Action Plan, and it's on the basis that we have created this year's tactical short-term budget setting process. This is the first year, and we will be starting work fairly soon on next year's strategy to develop further on from this year's. I'll hand over to Tom, who will just introduce the performance management framework.
Thank you, Julia. The performance management framework is in effect the other side of the coin to the strategic framework. It sets out how we will monitor and manage performance against our priorities. It describes the roles and responsibilities of the Strategy and Resources Committee and other committees, as well as those of officers, and contains an initial proposal of key performance indicators that have been matched to the strategic framework priorities. If approved in outline, then our next steps are to work up the detail with service committees, as there are several areas where the key performance indicators are still being developed nationally or locally. Very happy to take any questions of clarification if necessary. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Tom and Julia. Are there any questions or comments on this? Richard.
It's good to actually have an issue of actually managing the services of the council. Very briefly, the government's bringing in CQC national inspection of all adult social care, and will be bringing in its own criteria for those inspections. And so whether we agree with that or not, it's going to happen. And so I think it is important that in the area of the Adults and Health Committee, we acknowledge that and that we develop KPIs in recognition of that, rather than spend a lot of time working on it and then find they're not actually what we're going to be judged by.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Steve.
Thank you, Chair. On some of the KPIs on page 16, number 13, for example, and number 15, but perhaps many of these, whilst they'll be useful, I do wonder if they'll be more useful or whether they're planned to be broken down by the districts, because one of the aims of this administration, the peer review, is to close the north-south and east-west divide. And I think that using some district context as well as county-wide context may be useful. You may just say, yes, that is planned, or you may say that it's not possible, or you may say, thank you for the suggestion, but it's not clear for me whether we can have district breakdowns in those two in particular, but more widespread as well.
Thank you. I don't know whether Tom or Julia want to respond on that at this point.
I can just come back on that. Thank you, Councillor Count. I think all three answers are true for the for this indicator set. Some of them are able to be broken down by district, and that absolutely can be something that we do if the committee needs it. Others of them are not possible to do. So yes, that's certainly something that we can be planning to do.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Any further comments? Councillor Count.
Chair, you're asking for comments now. Are we on comments? All right. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for those responses as well. I just need to move back, if I may, to the comments. A little bit worried about some of the actual comments moving forward to net zero 2030. We're not actually moving forward with exactly the same position that Conservatives had on 2030. Paying the living wage, not paying the living wage, you're paying the old living wage. Glad to see the 20 mile per hour, you reversal on that, 2030 it's been. But the big one for me is on page 176, and this is part of the consultation as well, encourage more residents to make use of active and sustainable travel options. I don't know why you keep hiding from the words you're going to bring in congestion charging. You're in agreement with the mayor, you're going to bring in congestion charging. Use those words. Don't hide away from it. If you're proud of something that you're going to do, if you're going to be on board for something, then actually say it out loud. So my plea would be that you add the words to that you are proud of and want to introduce congestion charging. Because I certainly disagree with it, and I'd like it down in print so I can actually raise some concerns about it.
So if we're on comments, I think that's a very odd one. I don't think that active and travel options are the same as congestion charging. And I don't think congestion charging is something
so it's the word encourage. Your encouragement is driving people out the cars. If you're happy to sit there and say that you're against congestion charging, then let's not quibble about words. But the fact is, encourage means driving people out their cars.
So I would absolutely question that. I do not think that encourage means driving people out of their cars in any way at all. And I'm not going to answer questions about congestion charging while we're discussing this paper. Does anyone else want to, Peter?
Just quickly in a clarification for Steve. I mean, we've had a very good cross-party working group, Steve, on active travel. It's been a very good process devised by officers, a very widespread consultation. I don't think the words congestion charge ever passed the lips of anybody in that group, including the officers.
Okay, are there any other comments or different points to make?
Chair, could I ask that, seeing as it's the strategic framework, that you have a position statement on congestion charge, seeing as you're in charge then, because it's probably the number one key problem in Cambridgeshire. And if you're saying that's not encompassed there, where is it encompassed? Where in your strategic framework is your position on congestion charge?
So, Elisa, do you want to?
I mean, I am slightly concerned that this is being brought up here when it's got absolutely nothing to do with the work of this committee or this particular paper. Shall I refer Councillor Count to the democratically accountable bodies that will be taking questions of this nature in future, and to represent to those when decisions are made, because they will be, but not yet for a while. Not without consultation.
Okay, are there any more questions or comments on this paper? Thank you. In which case, we will thank Tom and Julia very much for the paper, and we have reviewed and recommended the strategic. So we move to the recommendations, which are to review and recommend the strategic framework to full council as part of the business plan, and to review and recommend the performance management framework. So all of those in favour of recommending that to full council, if you could raise your hands now, that would be helpful.
Chair, that's unanimous.
I think Councillor Maguire voted.
Could we just do that again? If you're in favour of referring this to full council, please raise your hands.
I think that is unanimous.
Thank you very much. That's great. Thank you, Julia and Tom, for all your work on that. That's excellent. Right. The next item on the agenda is item 8. Which is the business plan, and I will ask, is it Tom and Amanda Tom first to introduce this report?
Chair, through this report, the committee is presented with the detailed and balanced budget for 2022-23, including supporting information, projected and outlined financial plans to 2027, and the updated financial strategies that have come with the business plan. The committee will know that these remain extraordinary and unusual circumstances to be considering budget planning and deployment of our resources. 80% or more of the council's budget is demand-led and related to the lives and needs of our most vulnerable residents. In that context, and of course the pandemic looming large, we completed comprehensive work to update estimates of our assessed pressures, demands, risks, and inflation to build up the budget for next year. At section 2.4 of the report, we include those latest updates and the budget movements that we've seen since the committee last considered the draft budget in December. The committee will see there that those first two lines on that table at 207 of the pack are related to adult social care, and nearly 2.5 million of additional expected costs next year relating to adult social care market pressures and retention payments for adult social care staff. These are the local impact of known national issues facing the sector at the moment, including labour shortages. But they show how quickly and dynamic the council is having to respond to these very significant challenges and replan its budget. Since the last committee, we've of course also had the local government finance settlement, and we've had time now to digest those outcomes and play those into our budget considerations. The local government finance settlement did provide some short-term aid to the council's position next year, but we've responded to the consultation on the provisional settlement and making the point set out at 2.6.7 expressed concern that once again government relies on an out-of-date formula and that insufficient weight is given to those demand-led services, and particularly social care. The papers before the committee with this report give a detailed account of the budget deployment on a line-by-line basis for next year, including the changes and funding sources. They set out the business cases behind all of the proposals. They report to the committee the results of a representative survey of residents on a number of the budget issues, including council tax, and they make impact assessments of those proposals. At paragraph 3.8 of the report, we set out the proposal for balancing the budget through a combination of relying on the ongoing grant announced in the settlement, and after exhausting the identification of other additional income or efficiencies, utilise the extra 2% of council tax left over from the decision at last year's budget to propose an increase of 4.99% on this year's budget. There are a number of risks and uncertainties flagged throughout the budget, and I just wanted to comment briefly also on the reserves position, acknowledging that the situation the council faces here is relatively complex. On the one hand, we have additional front-loaded grant related to the pandemic, and we recognise that we have received that funding in advance of all of the cost coming through. And at the same time, we have a declining and negative balance in the high needs block of the dedicated schools grant. So taking account of those points, we acknowledge that in the deployment and planned use of reserves going forwards, and take a strategic and planned approach to use reserves gradually in a targeted way for known pressures across the term of the business plan and avoiding cliff edges. Also, from the investment from our reserves, the paper set out proposals for a just transition fund and investments that will be associated with that. So once again, the council has a one-year settlement from central government in which to make longer term financial planning decisions. We have assessed the risks, pressures and deciding investment for the year ahead, and that's presented in the budget before you at this meeting.
Thank you very much. Comments or questions? Amanda, do you want to? Not at this point. Fine. I think we'll take questions and then the amendment and then the debate. So any questions? No questions. Okay, in which case, let's take the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, we're going to move a main amendment full council. We've had a chance to fully digest the 700 pages and discuss the implications of all that. But very simply, what I've submitted in total agreement with the Section 151 officer, and I'll go to a direct question to him in a moment, is 2 amendments to the text. Just to add more information, make them more accurate, and then some amendments which are all factually correct. So before I move, ask for a second, or I'll ask for a second, but then if I could ask just Tom Kelly to concur that as the Section 151 officer, these are all wholly and technically correct, and I hope that you'll just allow them to go to either be appendices or the 2 amendments at full council to give us a better picture, to give us a better chance to have a full and fulsome debate on the day. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think you wanted to come to Tom before we...
Yep, I can confirm the amendments proposed are technically accurate.
Thank you. Can I also just check, Tom, that can you also confirm that the papers are perfectly adequate without them?
Yes, I should also say we're happy with the papers as presented and think they provide a complete and accurate basis for deciding the budget in addition.
Thank you very much. So would you like to move your amendment, and do you have a seconder? Yeah. Okay, Steve. So if you've moved and you'd like to speak, then go ahead. That's fine. To reserve the right to speak at the end. Okay, yeah, absolutely fine. Elisa.
I just want to make a few comments on this very, very briefly. Like, I completely appreciate that, you know, most of this is factually accurate. The problem is that we don't think that, you know, the set of possible factually accurate information that you can put in a paper is really quite large. So, you know, a choice has to be made. Does this actually add useful information or improve the paper in any way? And, you know, that's an opinion call, and we don't think that any of this is actually useful enough that we need to put it in. There are a few things that need clarification, and I will mention three. Number one, 277, this refers to the numbering that Council Account has used. 277, the financial estimates from published papers from last year were accurate at the time of publishing, but to put them back in now when we're using different estimates is actually a problem, because it will give a false impression as to what estimates we're using now, because now what the columns say in 2021 and 22 is not calculated in the same way as what's shown in the columns for 23 onwards, and that's a problem. So we couldn't accept that anyway. Band D, we made a conscious decision to go with a highlight of bands B and C in these papers, because these are well over half of the houses in Cambridgeshire. That's the reason we made that choice. I mean, band D is how it is presented, but there's no need to put it back in. And finally, 212, that's a hypothetical representation of what would happen if you deployed the services grant only 1 year rather than sustainably, which is what we have done. Yes, that's what would happen. The question is, that doesn't look very good in terms of the medium term and what's happening in 23, 24 and 24, 25. So we don't think that we should display that in that way at all. So overall, I would not recommend that we change the information that we chose to include. But, you know, I would like to thank Councillor Account for going through it. I will accept that he meant to be helpful. These papers, you know, there's a lot of these papers. They are really, really quite extensive, but they were published 8 days ago to date, and there's still quite a lot of time until the 8th of February for them to be fully digested. So I think that's probably as helpful as we could possibly have been, and certainly more helpful than other people were in the past. But in the main debate, I will be making this point again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elisa. That's very helpful. I think if Tom wants to come in, he's very welcome to, but I don't think that there's any particular need for him to.
Tom, was anything I said false or a problem?
I don't have anything further to add, really. I think there's as we've said, there's a variety of factual information, and it's a political decision about which where to place the emphasis, I think.
Check on one particular point then. On 212, it's said to be hypothetical. On 212, which is the actual grant settlement, it's not hypothetical. Those are the actual figures of the grant settlement and the impact. It's not hypothetical. Can I just check that, Tom?
So I think that would be our current assessment of the way the grants could be managed. The point to make, I suppose, is that it's a 1-year settlement, so we don't know what would happen in year 2 and what will happen to that services grant, which is why I think it's right to make the judgment that has been made that we don't rely on that as ongoing.
But the hypothetical element is those are all correct figures. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on the amendments? Okay, in which case I'll come to Steve and Chris, and then I may comment after that.
Thank you, Chair. I did hope that this would just go straight through because, as I've said, the Section 151 officer has agreed that they are totally accurate. So there's no spin in there. Those are just accurate figures. They aid scrutiny. If you vote against these, if you vote for these, the difference being on the actual day of the full council is I won't have to put them in the Conservative amendment papers because I didn't want to confuse what will be actually Conservative policy amendments, Conservative funding decisions, Conservative things with actual facts and figures, but they'd be useful to explain some of the context. If you say they don't, if they don't go ahead, you're going to see them again, but then they'll have a Conservative branding, and then there'll be a question of, oh, it's in the Conservative bit, is it correct or not? We've heard today these are all wholly correct. So I wanted to move that away from the day. If you do accept it, then as with the blessing of Section 151 officer, these are all wholly accurate. They go in as part of the papers. There's only 2 amendments, which is the first 2. The first one, it says there's reserves that can be used for this. And all we've done is point out it's 40 million. So all we've done is introduce the figure on that one. All the rest of the ones are just additional information that doesn't amend the document except the first one. So I don't understand why anybody would vote against this. If you vote for it, then it has the blessing of S&R cross-party that it's a factually correct thing, and we can get onto the business of a Conservative amendment regarding facts and figures. If you vote against this, all I can suggest is it goes back to you don't like scrutiny. These are facts and figures that the Section 151 as officer agreed will be playing into them, and you don't want the public to see them, but they will see them anyway. So I'd be really disappointed if you hide away from scrutiny by not going for this.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. What's put forward here, these are barely amendments. They're not changing anything. And that's what really astonishes me. What we're talking about here is clarification and additional information. We've heard that the Section 151 officer has no problem with it. It's correct. The D as opposed to B and C, it is such a standard process to use D, not merely in this council historically, but also right across the country, including the funding formula which comes down to us from central government. It just doesn't make sense to avoid using D. I'm not at all sure what we're trying to hide here. So we're not trying to amend anything in the sense of changing, just expanding the information which is available. And I would have thought, Chair, that you in particular, given some of the comments that you've made over the years, that you would be in favour of more information, not less, so long as it is correct. And the Section 151 officer says that it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I accept that this is accurate information. I think that the quantity of accurate information that it would be possible to put into the budget papers is quite extensive, and the administration have worked for months on this budget. We are happy with it being presented in the way it is. Our officers, we have full confidence in the papers that our officers have produced for us in the way in which they are presented. So we're very happy to leave them as they are. So if we could move to the vote now on the amendment. So I think if we move to all those in favour of the amendment, if you could raise your hands now. And those against.
Chair, the result of the vote is 7 votes in favour, 8 votes against. The amendment is therefore lost.
Thank you. So if we now move to the debate on the substantive papers as in front of us. So if people would like to comment, I've got Lorna first.
Thank you, Chair. It is well known and public information that on coming into office, the joint administration has had to come to grips very quickly with the situation left by the outgoing Conservative administration, with significant shortfalls for years to come in the budget. We are also faced, as has been said and the officer has confirmed, with a government that is calculating year by year rather than giving us the certainty of a multi-year settlement which would enable us to plan. I am very pleased that in those challenging circumstances and many other challenging circumstances, we are able to present a properly costed budget, which we have done here today, budget proposal, with no holes in it. And this is a distinct change from the last few years in which we were presented at the strategy, the equivalent committee immediately before the budget meeting with figures and proposals which we knew had holes in and which were deliberately by the administration of the time left with those holes in so that we wouldn't know what we were scrutinising. So we have a properly costed budget that balances, that doesn't have those holes in. And I am minded to contrast that with the process that I saw on my district council early this week, in which there was a budget proposal on the table for consideration by the Finance and Assets Committee of the District Council, and an amendment at the last minute from the leader of the council, an amendment which began delete all. So in those circumstances, how can one scrutinise? And I am, by contrast, very comfortable and very pleased that we have an administration here that knows what it's doing, that is presenting budget proposals which add up, which honour the commitments in our joint administration agreement, and which I will be proud to ask us to agree as a basis for the debate that we will have on budget day. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam.
Yes, thank you. I was a little bit surprised to see Councillor Dupre just mention about being proud of this, because we're often told on this side that we aren't humble, and I feel that there's some, or haven't any humility shown, and I think that some humility is needed regarding the council tax increase, whether or not you believe it's necessary and to fund your things that you're going to fund. You should at least show some humility for the difficulty it will cause residents, because it will. I was very surprised, I think it was last week or the week before, there was a press release that went out about the council tax rise. And it had something really interesting in it that I've never seen before in any council press release. And it referred to the cost for a Band C property. And I don't think that was a typo. I think that was deliberately done to be a little bit disingenuous and make it seem much cheaper to the council taxpayer. It was saying it's only going to be a £65 a year rise to a Band C payer. So I don't like how that was written. It did seem very much like it was trying to hide the overall cost. But what I found really interesting was the survey that was carried out. So we're often told that we should listen to the science and listen to the research, but then the administration aren't doing that, because in the survey, there was many options given for 0% rise, 1%, 5%, various options given, and only 8% of people supported the 5% rise. So actually, that's a very small amount of the people that responded. Now, the majority supported no increase or a minimal increase. And of those that said they didn't want to rise, over half of them said that they can't afford it. Now, we must realise that this rise would be about £80 a year on a Band D property. And we also have the district councils, the police, the fire authority, we've got towns and parishes too. And I'm also told that yesterday the fire authority said they were going to go for the maximum. Now, we could be looking at a rise of £10 a month to the average person. And I don't know, I kind of think that the reason people are so often cavalier about tax rises, and that's, you know, often I've heard people of all political colours sort of be a little bit cavalier. And I think that's because they don't understand maybe how £10 someone could be a struggle. I saw a Labour MP on Twitter actually saying Conservatives don't understand how a £20 cut to universal credit could be hard, because some of them have never had to find £20 for anything. And I sort of feel that people take that approach with council tax. They think £10 a month, that's no big deal, because perhaps you spend that more on coffee in a day. But to some people, £10 is actually a really massively significant amount of money. And you should take further note from the survey. The survey said that the results were skewed because the financially stretched may be overrepresented. And it was sort of suggesting that they sort of, how dare they comment, and they've sort of skewed our sample. Actually, what that tells me, given how few people often respond to these surveys, is that people are sending a really, really clear message to this council and saying, we cannot afford to pay any more. We are desperately struggling, and we should listen to that. But the administration don't listen. They're going to, it really reminds me kind of like Joe Biden in America, whose constant cries of, it's Trump's fault, I've done nothing wrong, blame him, blame him. And we kind of get that now. It's like everything the administration are doing, it's not our fault if it's bad, it's the Conservatives. If it's good, it's us and it's great. But if it's bad, it was the Conservatives. And it's only going to work for so long, because the public will start to see that the emperor's got no clothes, and it's going to come home to roost eventually. But at the very least, if you genuinely believe that this is the right thing to do and you genuinely support this budget, at least show a little bit of humility that this will cause pain and suffering for a large amount of people.
Thank you. I've got Josh, then Peter, then Elisa, I think.
Thank you, Chair. I find myself in the strange position of agreeing with Councillor Dupre. And actually, that's strange, we often agree. Just from a different perspective. Firstly, I agree with Councillor Dupre that we have a completely unfair government funding formula. And I make no secret of that comment. And I'm quite proud and incredibly pleased that under the previous administration, Councillor Count championed that issue time and time again, relentlessly, and worked so hard to right this wrong that successive governments have failed to address. So I agree, absolutely. But that's where we are, and we've got a position where we are better funded than we have been. And let's not hide away from that. And that's in, the Chief Finance Officer's own comments that, there's better, or there's, the reality is better than some of the assumptions that we had previously thought. So aren't you in a fortunate position? And the other element I agree with Councillor Dupre on is around the legacy. We just have a different perception of that legacy. And the legacy which was left by the previous administration is one of challenging budgetary pressures. And again, we were only too aware of those pressures because we had far greater challenges and met them with aplomb time and time again. And yet we have passed on challenges, but nowhere near the significant challenges that numerous authorities face up and down the country. And the administration now finds itself in a fortunate position where it can make decisions, where it decides to spend, as we decided earlier, £2.8 million of reserves of public health funding, where it can make decisions, financial decisions, because of our legacy around not accelerating transformation bids and transformation changes throughout the authority, which would not only increase savings, but also generate efficiency. And lastly, a legacy which enabled this administration to make arbitrary decisions around giving 39,000 people £20 only recently. I don't think that's an indication that we left such a mess that we are often led to believe, but instead an indication our prudent financial management has meant that now this administration can make the kind of decisions it's deciding to make. However, the one decision I could never stand by at a point when you are making those kind of offers of giving people money, of not making transformation, of not looking for efficiencies, is to tax the people of Cambridgeshire to the highest possible level. It's a comment which we've heard time and time again, particularly from the Liberal Democrat members, when I remember one member saying we will go for the highest possible tax level we can. It is a taxation which is taken by force of law, where I know people in my area that I represent, in my wards, in my divisions, who are in tears because they struggle to pay those bills. And here we are in a position where we have reserves and we have the position to not raise tax to the highest possible level. And yet every indication from the administration is that they will continue to do so. That's just shameful. And I do not understand how this administration can look any of its residents in the face and say, we're going to take your money and we're going to stick it in a pot for a rainy day.
Thank you, Peter.
Just a couple of points. Trying to respond first of all to Josh and the legacy. I mean, I must have misunderstood Josh when I read the peer review and talked about the 80 million plus gap in the 5-year plan in the peer review. So that was there in black and white, and that's something that whoever was going to be in control of the administration would have to address. That was the first point I wanted to make. The second point I wanted to make is we are kind of in a perfect storm in terms of extremely high inflation and frankly unpredictable inflation going forward. And also that the government settlement is for 1 year, as you know. And by the way, I do accept the points that you made about Steve and his representation in fair funding. Very, very, very welcome, and we supported that and still do. But if you're in a situation where we have unpredictable and unprecedented levels of inflation and a 1-year settlement, what is a responsible authority supposed to do? Just roll the dice? No, we have to make adequate provision, including provision around reserves, to withstand any buffeting that we may experience in the current year. If we had a 3-year settlement, if we had inflation, which it was in recent years, of less than 2%, that would be a completely different situation. That's not what we have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Elisa. Yeah.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Could I please start by reminding people perhaps of what happened around this date over the past 3 years when we had the January SNR ahead of the 2020 and 2019 and probably 2018 budgets as well, where we were here and we were having a largely pointless meeting approving and recommending to Council an unbalanced budget because the Conservatives were not unveiling their proposals at that point yet. And here we are having published the papers and our proposals, which will have been, by the time we have full Council, in the public domain for 3 weeks. So can I please have less of this whole, you're scared of scrutiny, you will not add our numbers to the papers and therefore you're scared of accountability. Can you please have less of that? Thank you very much. Right. Council tax, of course, we're talking about council tax and we will talk about it today and we will talk about it at full Council because guess what? What we want is dialogue. What we want is to be very honest about what we're doing because the last thing we are about this is cavalier. And obviously, you would say that that's how it appears to you, but please God, I have had masses of representations from people about what they think about the budget settlement. And some of them were actually quite positive, recognizing that all we can do is provide for the medium term and plug the gap for those who are in tears in Councillor Schumann's constituency and in many others, including mine, because those people have the possibility now, for the first time, because this is the first year in which we're using our revenue to do this. Previous budget settlements did not do this. These people can come to us and claim for that money that they can't afford. And, when you got grants from central government, which were campaigned for by the Labour Party nationally, I would say. I was here a year ago saying the only reason the government has relented on free school meals is because of a footballer. All of that debate is in the past. However, we are covering that for the entirety of the financial year, 2022-23, using our revenue. And we're proud of that. We're proud of giving £20 back to people on universal credit, of which there are 39,000 in our county. And these people can come to us and claim enough to offset the council tax increase. And that is true. And you can shake your head all you like, but I am actually shaking in anger at the misrepresentation that I have heard. Because please, you should really, really be ashamed of what you did, because the medium-term gaps that we have to deal with are because of what the peer reviewers have pointed out. You've made political choices in the past, which is absolutely your prerogative to do, but don't put that on us, please. So the last thing that I would like to say is that we can't, in all honesty, I mean, I'm not an accountant, we have experts. We have experts, but we can't use 1-year settlements to settle the long term. We can't, because what happens is you end up with twice the gap the following year. And you know that because you did the budget last year. So we absolutely have to use our reserves sustainably as far as we possibly can. And we absolutely have to provide for the medium term because none of those budget gaps are addressable unless you do what we have to do. So I would please urge a little bit less cavalier attitude about, you can definitely not tax people because we can totally afford to do that. That is patently wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Elisa. Tom.
Thank you, Chair. Listening to the debate, you'd have thought we haven't had a Conservative-led government for the past 12 years. That's the reality. That's one of the reasons why we face some of the challenges that we do. I commend Councillor Count for all the work he did campaigning for fairer funding for Cambridgeshire, but unfortunately that was not successful. That goes back, I think, to the days of Emily Blatch in the 1980s. We've never done particularly well from central government. I'm proud of what we did on the Household Support Fund, what Councillor Schumann mentioned. Yes, it was funding from central government. There was also COVID funding that we used, but of course the government has had to spend a lot more money because of the global pandemic. Of course, that extra spending has led to higher inflation, and there will be national insurance increases, as we know, among I'm sure many other tax increases. So I'm inclined to agree with what Councillor MacDonald said. I think the one-year settlement, unfortunately, does not give us enough time. We have to be very sensible about what we do. I think it was Councillor Schumann again that mentioned that there weren't cost reductions or words to that effect, but of course we had those cuts to the children's centres from a few years ago, as you will recall. So I don't think anybody particularly likes tax increases. In fact, I don't think the council tax is a particularly fair one because it's based on property. It's not always based on the ability to pay, as we know. And of course, people who are in trouble can also apply for council tax benefit. But I'm afraid I don't think we have much option. I think this is a very sensible and progressive budget, and I'm pleased to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard, I think, is next.
Firstly, I'm very proud of this budget, and I congratulate all our colleagues in the joint administration across our three political groups. It's been a pleasure to get to this outcome, even if the work has been hard, and we've been very well served by our officers, which we should express our deep thanks. I concur and underline what my colleague Councillor Machini said, that all these complaints we get at the full council and here about lack of time to do things. Here we've given the opposition 3 weeks to see our budget proposals and to come forward with their own plans in response. And last year they didn't. And if there's any evidence that the public in Cambridge need of this new joint administration's commitment to democracy and openness, I can't think of a better one. I'm also very proud of the proposal within the budget for a Just Transition Fund, which shows that we really are an environmental council that's willing to make substantive and real steps on climate change. And I think it's a great mark of our administration. I want to say on behalf of the Adults and Health Committee that we've recognised our own responsibility in the process. We are the highest spending of the committees of the council, higher spending because of the great social care needs there are amongst the elderly and disabled population of Cambridgeshire. But we've recognised our responsibility, and our officers, and I thank them for it, have worked together to find £9.8 million of savings to contribute to closing the savings gap, with not one cut to anybody's service anywhere. And I am deeply, deeply proud of that. We know that there is provision within this budget to do better again, which is our commitment. And we have within the budget catered for the extra demand that will come for social care from elderly people and people with disabilities in the next year, knowing that's on the way, to recognise that there will be an increase in care costs, partly because of the actions of the government and partly because of the desperate situation of the market at the moment, but we're making provisions for those. And partly, I am deeply proud to say, of our year-by-year commitment to introduce the real living wage for care workers working for the organisations that work for us. Specifically, we include more staffing in the learning disabilities team to keep the temporary funding and make permanent our care home support team. And by God, our care homes need that support, and we're pleased to provide it. To put extra money into our enhanced response service, which is helping early intervention to stop elderly and disabled people having to go into hospital or residential care. To increase support for carers themselves, because carers need that help. We all know it, but we're putting money to deliver it. And of course, as we discussed earlier in the meeting, to provide extra spending in our public health programmes, whatever the opposition want to try to say. And through one-off grants that we're making from savings without any extra burden on the budget, a whole reshaping of the way we provide social care to be much more localised and responsive. We call it Care Together, and that will be introduced in a rolling programme starting next year. A commitment to build a new independent living service in Huntingdon to build on what has been started already, so that we are going to provide those independent living service centres in every district of Cambridgeshire, and to put more money into direct payments, so that elderly and disabled people who choose to can employ their own carers and have much more control over their lives, which other authorities are doing better than us at the moment, and we can do better again. Finally, Chair, listening to the comments from the opposition, I think it's entirely reasonable that we use Band C, because that's much more the average of who lives in Cambridgeshire. And so it actually talks about the cost that there will be to most people. And I see no problem within that. Of course, every council tax increase is difficult. And I think we've been responsible and careful about that, as we should be. And I'm proud that we are giving £20 to every universal credit claimant in Cambridgeshire as a recognition that we're helping the poorest people. That's a fantastic achievement of this administration. And if Conservative members really were concerned about that, they should be telling their own government that that national insurance shouldn't be being put up, which is hitting the poorest people within our community. And that we get one-off grants to deal with COVID and all the pressures associated with it that end at the end of March, even though those pressures continue afterwards, and we get 10 weeks notice to spend that to spend that money. And as Councillor Moschini again rightly said, it's the government that should be footing the bill for school meals in holidays, but it's the Cambridge Council taxpayer, because this government is so measly and miserly over that.
Point of order, I believe actually it was the funding from Conservative government that we've allowed you to give out the money for free school meals.
Not for the coming year, as in these papers.
The thing is, I just don't understand why opposition members interrupt speeches, don't listen, raise their voices, bring bogus points of order. This is not respectful of the council's constitution. And I think people watching amongst the electorate in Cambridgeshire will judge the Conservatives. Tone it down, engage in constructive debate, criticise us if you wish, but the sort of personal attacks that we've seen today and disrespect does nothing for the Conservative Party. They really need to think. I was trying to finish by asking them this. Why didn't the previous Conservative administration use the adult social care precept to the maximum? We have these massive numbers of elderly and disabled people in need of help. They had the opportunity to raise the money to deal with it, and yet they chose not to do so. And I think one of the reasons they lost the election last year is because of those failed choices.
Thank you. I don't see any further hands. Councillor Cant.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm not going to give it a big, long speech. We'll be talking about a lot of the details on the actual budget day. So instead, I'd have to try and pick up on some points that we've done today. My apologies, Councillor Howard, if it's you that's continually being interrupted, but perhaps it's something to do with what you say or how you say it, because maybe the others don't suffer as much. And I'm sorry, but I won the election in my area. I'm sitting here today winning the election, and 28 Conservative councillors won the election, which is more than any other party. We didn't lose the election, we lost the council because 5 seats, you didn't stand up candidates and you pre-arranged and made a joint administration pact because you know that otherwise you've got no chance of actually influencing things such as today, which the biggest thing about today is this tax to the max. It's not a carefully constructed budget. It's not thought through. You walked through the door, took over the keys, and your key policy from day one was let's put tax up to the maximum, no matter what the facts and figures say. And we'll be looking at some of those facts and figures on budget day. I acknowledge the £83 million financial gap that was there in the peer review. If you think we could have dealt it in any way, you can bring that out of the debate. But I'll tell you how we could have dealt with it. We could have closed it by about £27 million if we put the tax to the max in every single year, affecting the residents. But we didn't have to tax to the max every year, and we dealt with the savings when we needed to. And that's the problem with today's budget, is what you're doing is actually taxing to the max when you don't need to. And I'll be covering that on budget day. It's unfortunate you didn't put in the other papers because of spurious reasons, like you don't want to replace Band D with Band C. Your Band B and C statements still stick in the additional papers. It was purely the provision of an overall table as an appendix, which included Band D and didn't remove your B and C statement. But you will find throughout the document, when we talk to the outside world, when we compare with the outside world, Band D is the figure that's used. In fact, Councillor Netsing was on the radio and the questions were about Band D and how much that was an increase in a year. The reason for putting Band C, B and C, we all know, is for you to show a lesser impact on our communities. I understand that. I didn't ask for it to be removed. However, it's not the language of what's going on. I'm delighted with a lot of this budget. A lot of the things that Councillor Howard has mentioned are actually Conservative initiated policies. You know, the living service, the Conservative started it, the caring bit, a new name for neighbourhood cares, because it's actually the pilot results that is feeding into that. The actual elements of the climate change strategy initiated with £16 million from the Conservatives, a lot of that is being carried on to fruition, which will make this continue to be a great place to live. When we presented at General Purposes Committee in the past, it was that lack of scrutiny of the opposition that drove us into presenting papers that had options rather than holes. They're described as holes. The Section 151 officer put in front of every party options for how to close the budget, because we've done 98, 99% of the budget in a friendly manner through the committee system. But where we disagreed was on this policy of tax to the max that you always stick to, and we wanted to tax what was necessary. So those are the bits that came forward on Council Day, which actually showed the differences between the various groups. However, as you say, it's totally unnecessary to do this, because we could have predicted a year ago, 2 years, 5 years ago, whatever year it is, you will tax the max, with one exception, election year. The only time you didn't propose that. The other legacy is your transition fund. You talk about we've left no legacy. The £14 million just transition fund comes from the 23 million minimum revenue provision transformation fund. So it's our legacy you've created that out of. But what I see is wrong with that is you don't recognise or fail to understand where that money for the MRP came from. You're loading tax onto your children and grandchildren. So we used it to shape the county council so that those children and grandchildren will get the benefits just as much as the people today, whereas you are using that money just to spend it. The unfair funding formula, thank you for the comments on that, except for the one that Tom got wrong. You said that I didn't get anything. This was brought up by Councillor van der Ven in a few councillors ago. Yeah, it's all very well you talking about the unfair funding formula. You never got any money though. We identified over £70 million that had come in that are now locked into our base budget because of the funding campaigns that I, alongside places like the CCN, County Council Network, secured. £70 million is now in our core funding budget due to the successes we've had that. And we still want more because we're still unfairly funded. And that's due to legacy formulas. And that totally ignores the fact I signed off on the £550 million city deal and led and chaired all the discussions on the £770 million devolution deal that came to Cambridgeshire. So you'll forgive me if I say that I didn't achieve anything regarding the funding campaigns for Cambridgeshire. I'm not going to go into the details of what will be coming forward on budget day. We will be addressing all of these points. I will remind you of the comment that we heard earlier of the Liberal Democrat who said, you would be a fool not to tax the maximum amount. And that's why we know what you're going to do in advance, because you don't actually look at the budget. And it's a shame that you didn't allow those appendices to go forward in the normal manner with the actual figures of what come in with a grant settlement. Because if there's one thing that it shows there, it shows that when you received the grant settlement, you knew that you had more than £4 million more than you needed to close the gap. And you decided to spend it and not go to the full, instead of going to lowering your 4.99%. You knew. And so you presented a document that was different to that, which was wholly accurate by describing revenue funding that recurs as opposed to your funding settlement, which was £10.2 million over budget. You knew you didn't have to tax to the max. And that is what the shame about this is. So we'll speak more about this on budget day. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any more hands, so I'll bring the debate to this on the close, to a close with just a couple of comments. The first was not one I was planning to make, but I do find it very difficult to accept that Councillor Count's lobbying brought in the money for the city deal. But that's all I'm going to say on that. The main points I wanted to make were to do with the peer review and the long-term financial plan. It's very clear in that peer review that getting to a long-term financial sustainable position for the council is extremely important. Actually, this budget is really quite a long way still from that. The budget gaps in years 2 and 3 are quite significant, and we are going to have to be very thoughtful about how we take forward spending in the future. And that's really important. On taxing to the max, I'd just like to remind Councillor Count that 4 years ago, he also put council tax up by 4.99%. At that point, inflation was nowhere near that level. At this point, we are facing inflation of well over 4.99% in council services. I think it's extremely sensible, responsible, needed what we are doing. But just to come back to the points that were made by Councillor Hoy, we are incredibly aware of how difficult this is going to be for some families. We really know just how tough the coming year is going to be for those families who are struggling. I was utterly horrified that the Conservative government went ahead with its cut to universal credit in the autumn. I remain absolutely horrified at the way in which universal credit families are being treated, and I was kind of even more appalled by the announcements that were coming today about more sanctions coming in on people just after a really short time and effectively forcing people to take any job. And I think it's horrendous. We know also that many of those families who are most in need are also families who depend on council services. And making sure that we have a secure future for those services, that we are not having to cut services for the most vulnerable, needs to be the top priority for this council, sorry. The pandemic has had an incredibly unequal impact, and that's really evident both in the health data, but also in the economic data. And many households with secure jobs and the ability to work from home are not struggling. It is particular groups who are struggling, and this administration is really proud to be focusing support on those who are most in need. I am really pleased that we are going to be able to support those families with the Housing Support Fund, not just up until March, but for the whole of the coming year. And I would urge all councillors from across the council and members of the public that if you know families who are struggling, please ask them to get in touch. Please ask them to contact the Housing Support Fund, because we will do what we can to support those families who are really struggling. And I'm also, I think that the ability to keep the free school meals vouchers going for the coming year is also really, really important. We know the impact that poverty has, not just on children as they're growing up, but also on their long-term life chances. So I'm so pleased that we are able to do those things and make sure that we're supporting the most vulnerable. At which point I will draw the debate to a close. We are recommending this to full council, a balanced budget for the first time for some time, which is, I hope we can do with, while it's a difficult position and it's been hard work to get here, I'm pleased that we're in that position. So all of those in favour of the recommendations on the paper, if you could raise your hands now. And those against? And I don't think there'll be any abstentions.
Chair, the result is 8 votes in favour, 7 against, no abstentions. The recommendations are therefore carried.
Thank you very much. So we now move on to the next, and I think last item on the agenda. Not quite the last item, actually. So this is the custody policy challenges. And Amanda, I think you're going to introduce this.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I'm delighted to welcome Ali, Alex and Emily, who've been waiting patiently on Zoom to talk to us. They're from the Cambridge University Science and Policy Exchange, CUSPI, and they're joining our meeting today to introduce and discuss their report on models of local government after COVID-19. Just for any members of the public who are watching, and to remind members, our programme with CUSPI is a deep collaboration developed over a number of years now, where members and officers work very closely with the research team from CUSPI to develop policy ideas and proposals in relation to a set of policy challenges. Today's research paper picks up on a previous CUSPI policy challenge on future models of local government, which we had, I think, 2 years ago. And this time it extends our thinking into our current context, thinking about the pandemic and where society is at the moment. It's been a real pleasure to work with this fantastic team. I'm delighted to invite them to introduce themselves and their report.
Thank you. I'll hand over to the team. Ali, who's going first?
I'm going first. So hello, everyone. Thank you for having us here. Today, we're going to share with you a model of government that we thought would be suitable for Cambridgeshire. This model is based on the idea of a well-being economy. And for that, we have come up with a few recommendations for the council. With this in mind, we're going to start this presentation and the recommendations in question. First, we recommend that the council implements a well-being economy in Cambridgeshire. In that, we mean that the council addresses matters that pertain not only to financial and physical capital, but also to soil, air, geology, skills, knowledge, capabilities, freedom, a sense of security, health, communities, networks, and societal values. A well-being economy recognizes that happiness, meaning, and thriving depend on far more than material consumption. Recently, in the UK, there has been a push in local councils, especially in Scotland and Wales, to make progress on the level of well-being and social factors. So we invite you to imagine an economic system that works for the people and not the other way around, one that considers individual prosperity and comfort. At the core of our study is a revelation that economic objectives should not be seen as ends by themselves, but as means for better living. Second, we recommend that the council integrates the idea of a well-being economy with other frameworks. For example, the community wealth building approach, which has proven to be successful in Lancashire and Preston in the UK. The latter of which showed a 4-time increase in local spending and a huge reduction in the unemployment rate, which was almost halved. The result of combining community wealth building with well-being would lead to a highly resilient economy, a reduction in inequalities, added consideration to the climate emergency, a higher rate of reinvestment, and the ability to deal with social challenges through the integration of economy and society. We also suggest public-private partnerships as a means of breaking the barriers between companies and governments, merging profit maximization goals with those that seek the maximization of social welfare. The goal here is to encourage local involvement and participation and to result in a collective mentality that promotes ideas of welfare and local economies, combining features of market capitalism and social features as well. Third, we recommend that the Council confronts the North-South divide as well as the East-West divide with the goal of promoting well-being equally across Cambridgeshire. The city of Cambridge showed a 7.3% growth in 2021 compared to the projected 2% annual increase, a rate higher than all regions in the Southeast. Whilst this rate is favorable and welcomed after the lifting of COVID restrictions, it is also indicative of the North-South divide in Cambridgeshire and the lack of implementation or attention to the levelling up agenda. The framework of a well-being economy takes into consideration the long-term effects of education, unemployment, income disparities, virtual infrastructure, and life skills. If we take care of all of these, this translates into a long-term, more equitable plan that would also be profitable on the financial side of things. And with that, I leave the floor to my colleague, Emily.
Thank you, Ali. I would like to take this opportunity to highlight how the introduction of a wellbeing economy could be aligned with the principles of donut economics. The donut economic model states that we must strive to move away from endless growth towards a goal of learning to thrive in a safe and just space for humanity. This is very closely aligned with the core values that a wellbeing economy would introduce. In this report, we also recommend that the Council introduces a wellbeing assessment section in all committee proposal reports. We believe that this would serve to ensure that all new policy recommendations are aligned with the core principles of a wellbeing economy. A wellbeing assessment would enable proposals to be looked at in a new light, with their impact on a diverse range of aspects being considered in depth. We believe that this section in committee proposal reports could serve as an umbrella heading to bring together and streamline many different priorities that are already considered in proposals. One of our more radical recommendations is for the Council to create a new wellbeing officer role within the structure of the Council. It is beyond the scope of our report to suggest where within the Council structure this role would sit. However, we believe that a role that champions and pursues this cause would represent a tangible commitment towards the introduction of a wellbeing economy and would strongly help the transition. With that, I'll hand over to Alex.
Thank you. I'm Alex. I'm a fourth year PhD student in theoretical physics at the University of Cambridge. And I'd just like to give a brief overview of the work we've done in researching a potential measurement framework for a wellbeing economy for Cambridgeshire. So traditionally, a range of measures are used to monitor the state of various aspects of society, whether it's the health of citizens, the economy, or the environment. And these can effectively be considered as objective measures of the well-being of society as a whole. So measures such as medical statistics, GDP, air quality, etc. Our report outlines a potential measurement framework that includes a range of such objective measures. However, today I'd like to highlight one particular aspect of our proposed measurement framework, the inclusion of an additional measure of subjective well-being. Such measures make use of self-reported statistics regarding the overall perceived level of well-being of citizens. Recent academic research has identified this as a potentially useful tool for policymakers. However, it is largely neglected throughout the world, despite its ability to reveal trends in mental health. Thankfully, a measure of subjective well-being is readily available from the Office of National Statistics, collected from its annual population survey. As such, it could be easily incorporated into the existing measurement frameworks of the Council. We have recommended that this measure could potentially be introduced in a staged approach with increasing levels of rigor added in order to monitor trends, etc., as outlined in our report. Ultimately, the incorporation of subjective well-being into the measurement framework would provide the Council with a broad overview of mental health in Cambridgeshire. In addition, its inclusion would potentially send a significant message that the Council is concerned deeply with well-being at the most fundamental level. But most importantly, we believe that it would act as a kind of fail-safe mechanism to ensure that whatever range of objective measures the Council ultimately decides on has a desired effect in the long term by nurturing the well-being of its citizens, which is indeed the ultimate goal of a well-being economy. So on behalf of our whole team, thank you for your attention, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much indeed for your presentation, and also thank you for the member seminar that we had on this topic earlier this week or last week. Philippa, I think, had a question.
Thank you, and thank you for the seminar earlier. I won't repeat what I said there because I've recognised that there's a lot of detailed work required. What I wanted to emphasise today, though, it just occurred to me late reading your report again. I think in Cambridgeshire we could harness the strengths and experience of our staff more in this regard. It isn't just a matter of the sort of top-down getting a structure or even an individual given that role. We have, how many hundreds of employees do we have in the staff? I'm sure it's a lot because we have a big county to look after, and they look after it in so many different ways. And not just that, but only the other day in my inbox, I had the latest wellbeing newsletter, which we all get, which is obviously particularly for staff. Hopefully we look after one another in our groups as well. But they're building up since 2019, when this was set up, they're building up that day-to-day experience of what helps and what works, and would also be a good way of trying out the measurement tools. The only place I've been aware of it is in our corporate parenting, where we do, obviously as part of the fostering and the children in care arrangements, we do monitor mental health, well-being and mental state quite rightly. And these are, of course, very subjective things, and there are lots of measures around one could use. So it's just a suggestion that if we were going to go ahead with this in any way, we should not forget our staff, because they are aware in their working day of what's already being done and what could be done better. And a great deal is being done already in this way, because this is obviously an obvious thing that people are councillors for this reason. They want our residents to thrive. So just a thought that there's an awful lot of them out there, and they could be reached, but not oppressed, I hope, by too much work.
Thank you, Philippa. I might come back to Amanda on that one in a minute. Richard.
That was quick. Firstly, thank you to the Cambridge University colleagues for today, and also for the seminar and for the work that you've done on this. And we're really grateful for your support. And I would just want to say in passing, thank you to our interim chief executive, Amanda, who's here, who has been one of the thinkers advising us around this, but also is really helping us at the moment. And can we just pay due credit on all of the issues, not just on this one, to her. I'm a huge advocate, as are several colleagues within the administration, of the donut economics approach. I know for some people it's going to sound a bit bizarre and a bit wacky. And so let's actually talk a bit about the serious intent behind it. This is the first time we've brought it out into the public sphere, but as a joint administration, we've been discussing it privately over some months, and our intent is very serious. Of course, as a new joint administration, we are committed to a council which is much better at net zero, can and will deliver net zero, and we are a council that believes in anti-poverty and more social equity within our county. We don't concern ourselves only with the bandy council taxpayer. We're much more concerned with people at the bottom of the pile, although everyone needs due regard and respect. But I'm very aware that those commitments need to be turned into reality. and that this is the route we believe to do that, but some of the language around it is very complex and perhaps inaccessible. So in the donut, very simply, it's about saying that we're exceeding ecological limits. We're taking natural resources at 6 planets compared to the 1 planet we've got, and we've got to stop breaching those overall limits. And in terms of well-being and social well-being, there are people who we should be worried about who don't have adequate minimum housing, education, or income. And it's trying to make sure that we recognise and deal with those, and that traditional measures of GDP, what we've just spent 800 pages and about an hour and a half discussing, is all very valuable, but it doesn't measure people's well-being. It measures units of activity in an old style, which doesn't help us overall reach our aims, and not just us, all organisations. So what does that mean going forward? Firstly, that this should be the last budget of Cambridgeshire County Council in its current format. Of course, finance will always remain important to us, but we should be assessing our budget on the impact on people and the environment. It will take some years, I believe, to fully be achieved. It's an iterative process, but we want our finance colleagues to adapt what they're doing radically in order to take this well-being approach. Secondly, we must have clear, tangible and simple messages that the public and our own officers can understand. We want well-being, we want the donut, we want social and environmental capital, but those things are understood by us, but they have to be widely understood in order for our officers to be able to genuinely achieve that transition. And I hope that we'll establish an officer group of non-policy people, of frontline service people in different respects, who can actually have a shadow look at all of this and check it makes real sense on the ground, rather than just at the Strategy and Resources Committee of Cambridgeshire County Council. And finally, let's understand, as our Cambridge University colleagues have properly referred to, that this isn't about us on its own, whether it's in Scotland, Wales, whether it's in Devon, whether it's in Preston, whether it's in Finland, whether it's in New Zealand. More and more local, regional and national governments are adopting this approach. We are not on our own. I hope we'll join the Wellbeing Alliance to be able to learn directly and network directly with others who are doing this, and that together we can forge this new approach, which ultimately is to achieve those aims of responding, managing and achieving what is needed on transition to climate change and providing a more socially equitable and just community for the citizens of Cambridgeshire.
Thank you, Richard. It's a manifesto, I think. Mark was next, I think, and then Josh.
Thank you. Can I just point one thing out for the viewers? I am not Councillor Richard Howard. The camera has been on me all the while that Richard has just given that, as you said, manifesto speech. So the good-looking overweight chap with a beard is me. The chap that isn't is Richard. Okay, so that's
the good-looking overweight chap without the beard is me. This is one thing we're going to agree on.
Okay, well, yeah, no, that's not, because if I now go on to this bit, I think it always makes me smile when I look at the opposition and you see us vote, and some of our hands are down, some of our hands are up, and some of us come later, because we think about things. I am sitting here today because I represent the people of Soham North and Isleham. That's my concern, that community. That's what I'm elected to do. That's what I get a small reward for doing in terms of our allowance. So I thank Cuspy for this report. I'm very grateful to receive it. I had a rare event last night. I actually sat at home. My wife wasn't feeling too well, so we put the TV on. And I don't know if anybody else happened to catch it, but there was a documentary called, I think it was called something like This Is England or something like that. And it was about a dance school. It could have been, there are 6 of these, but it could have been anywhere in the country, but it was in Cambridge. And this dance school had employed a welfare team, a welfare officer, and someone wanted to look at their students and help them through the challenges of life. This was also the dance school that was attended by the late Caroline Flack, who took her own life under real pressure from life itself and social media and everything. So I actually really am grateful for the report. I'm going to throw a tight little bit of negative in here. Can we be aware, and I'm addressing this to you, Amanda, as well, can we just be aware, as good a report as it is, it's the first one of Cuspy reports that I've seen that's come back with any degree of a political flavouring. If you look at the source material that's used in this and referenced, okay, there's an awful lot of mention of neoliberal, the Labour manifesto from 2019. That's not in keeping with Cuspy. So I think as long as that's put aside, I take out of this that we should do that. If I look at the recommendations for the report, I largely support them again. This is me. But what I would say is there's a lot more to do. And I think that's what you guys are saying. You've had a very condensed period, officers, to look at this in light of the Cuspy period this year. And I think it's something that we really applaud you with. But they're handing on the baton here, guys. So for all the good stuff that Richard said, Councillor Howard said, for all the good stuff that he said and to do is going to come at a cost. And we have to recognise that cost. We've just had an awful long debate on a budget, and we're going to have an awful longer one in a few weeks' time. Okay, it's not in the budget. So we've got to think about these things and avoid this becoming another good report that's gathering dust in the archives. So I largely support what the fine students from Cambridge have brought forward. It's now a challenge for us to pick up that cudgel and run with it. And indeed, Councillor Howard did have some good ideas from there. I'd actually like to get involved from a cross-party point of view, because this isn't just for our council. This is actually for our communities, and that's why we're sitting here today.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Josh.
Thanks, Chair. Slightly different, and as Councillor Goldstack suggested, we're a broad church. We don't always agree, and it's quite nice that we don't have a strong whip. But a slightly different perspective. Firstly, and I want to make absolutely clear, a huge thank you to the researchers, as always, for the brilliant work they do. And I don't think we can ever underestimate the contribution they make to our authority. And we've been incredibly lucky throughout the years, and this is no exception. So thank you very much, guys, for what you've done. However, we've ended up with a list of recommendations which has come from very good research and hard work, which I think sadly is beyond the current administration. And that is because we have seen only today, when we're looking at our budgets and looking at our spending in earlier papers, the administration are failing to handle the budgets in their current form. I think it was interesting that Councillor Howard mentioned the zero carbon issues, and we heard earlier from Councillor Count that they've spent nothing of £300,000 that they could have spent in the last 6 months. The problem with the donut economy is the clue is in the name. There's a hole in the middle. And if you put the money in the middle and ignore it and don't use it, then it goes through that hole and it doesn't have the benefit, as opposed to using money in the way that traditionally budgets are set, which is where the council was. I don't suggest for 1 second this isn't the way to go forward in future. I just think that sadly this administration isn't ready to adopt these recommendations yet. And so therefore this is a step too far. I can't support the recommendations and the report because it is taking this current administration too far too soon, as I've suggested. But that doesn't mean that we should shelve this or ignore it. We should simply acknowledge this and take it in future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Josh. Sam is next.
Yes, thank you. I've thought very long and hard about what I'm going to say today, because I'm really conflicted about the paper, to be honest. I mean, thank you to the researchers for bringing this and doing this work. And I actually really enjoyed reading it because it did give me a lot to think about. And people often say you shouldn't, people don't like hearing what they necessarily don't believe, but I actually do enjoy it. I do kind of enjoy listening to alternative views and sort of challenging myself. Sadly, I can't support the recommendations. There's a very, very, very great deal in this paper I do agree with and do support. For example, yes, we must look at things holistically. We've all said many times, it's not just someone's financial circumstances that affect their lives. There's so many other things that we all know affect them. So for me, it's not just that. And of course, we must fix the north-south divide. I don't dispute that. I very much tried to come at this to ignore the politics. It was difficult because we were kind of evil capitalist vibe about it, but I did try to ignore that and be open-minded. I really did try. It was interesting because there's a lot of talk in the paper about people being unable to opt out of capitalism, but there are a lot of people that are able to and don't. And I found interesting why they don't. That wasn't kind of referenced in the paper. One point I would like to make is that severe poverty fell 75% in 25 years. And in my view, that's because of free and of global markets. No government policy in human history has ever come close to what markets have done in that period. And that's not to say we're in a perfect world. I don't pretend we are in a perfect world, but we do have to make sure we're finding the right solutions and not making things inadvertently worse, no matter how well-intentioned we are. I was also interested to see in the paper that the belief that we could perhaps measure people's happiness. Now, I don't know how we could ever do that. It takes away in people's individuality. And it's actually a little bit, I don't know the word to use, because I don't want to say arrogant as I mean, but it's a little bit, I don't feel comfortable telling people that we know what makes them happy, because I think what makes people happy are so varied. Some people like so many different things. So I don't know how we could ever estimate that. And I also feel that this paper fails to confront the question of whether real world actors, mainly politicians, have enough information and the proper incentives to behave in the way that it's asking them to. I also think the theory, obviously not the custody paper, but the actual donut theory itself misunderstands the reasons for growth. Growth doesn't just happen for its own sake. Actually, usually it happens because there's theory and evidence to demonstrate that it's necessary, not sufficient on its own, but necessary condition for reducing poverty and ecological damage. Market-driven growth has actually had great successes. I mean, on a personal level, as a woman, it's changed women's lives considerably. We've gone from kind of baby-making machines owned by a husband, effectively, to actually educated, massive participants in the economy. So markets have done wonderful things for equality over the years. I do worry a little bit that it's just about creating another officer role, more strategy, more paperwork, not real action. And I think the thing that caused me the most worry is comments in it that were negative about infrastructure. It seemed to suggest that we shouldn't push for infrastructure because it was somehow just about profit and not right. Now, I wasn't massively surprised about this because I was watching the CPCA yesterday, and some members seemed to suggest that we shouldn't build new roads because people might drive on them. And I'm unsure how people think buses are going to travel on these overcapacity roads. If we want to have good transport, we need to look at all solutions. Infrastructure is massively, massively important to the levelling up agenda. For example, during the A47 in Wisbech to reduce journey times for buses as well as cars would really open up the town overnight. And infrastructure is massively, massively underfunded and so important. I also have a very grave concern where it suggests in the report about putting a further tax on businesses that we believe behave badly. I think this is very dangerous in a number of ways. How do we define their bad behaviour? It's very open to lots of interpretation. And even if we were able to, I think it would lead to many businesses leaving our county for neighbouring counties that perhaps didn't have these rules. Now, it might sound a great idea that we have these businesses that behave exactly as we want, but having businesses leave our county and the job losses that would create will make poverty worse, not better. Now, I'm often told on Twitter and various places I'm a denier and I don't believe things, but my views on things are simple. Throwing money at creating wrong solutions doesn't fix the problem of poverty. It stops the real solutions that are actually going to help people. You know, prime example is with housing. If we continue to overspec housing and make it unaffordable for developers to deliver housing, we have a shortage of housing supply. What happens when there's a lack of supply and over demand? Prices go up. Who does price rises harm? The poorest first. So I think we often don't look at these things in the right way. I welcome Councillor Howard asking for real people's views of this policy. I did ask a few friends that are not political, work in various roles. Some work in a local factory, one's a stay-at-home mum, one's at university, various different people, and have to say that the majority of them being honest, didn't really actually understand what it was about. The bits that they did understand, they felt kind of didn't address their real problems. They wanted to see more about actually how we could achieve problems that were of more concern to them, such as more jobs, keeping the cost of living low and things like that. So unfortunately I can't support it, but I do understand there are a lot of good things in it, and I wouldn't like to take that away from those points.
I'm going to go first. I'm just thank you, Sam, for your very full response to the report, and it's while I understand why you may not be able to support it, I think it is really helpful to have the discussion and the debate. And I did just want to be very clear about the recommendations. I think there is a slight danger of them being misread. And what the recommendations are saying is that the recommendations from the Cusby panel will go to be discussed, to be considered, and then officers will prepare a detailed strategy setting out the ways in which recommendations, if agreed from the report, can be driven forward. So when we take this forward now, we're not necessarily agreeing every single recommendation which is in the Cusby report. We're sending them off for further work, and then they'll come back for that to be taken forward in other ways. I just wanted to be really clear about that before we carry on down the list. Elisa, I'm happy to add you to the list, but there are two more speakers. Did you want, is it? Okay, so I've had Sam, I've got Chris, and then Lorna, and then Steve.
I'd like to thank you, Chair, for the clarification you've just given. But I have to say that I felt that the report was based on a fundamentally flawed analysis and principle, and therefore it's not applicable, it's not appropriate for us to carry it forward and to do more work on it. I'll come to that in a second. I actually was very grateful that the report was produced, because one of the things which we as councillors generally don't do as much as we should do is to think, and to think in big terms. Very often we have our minds absolutely in the middle of really detailed reports, and we react to things, and we sometimes don't try and put them into a larger context. And that's why I really welcomed this, because it caused me to think, and I thought back to some of the things which have happened in the past. Just over 200 years ago, Thomas Malthus, some of you will remember. Well, no, you'll recall, not remember. My apologies, Councillor Slatter. That was not towards you. Some of you will recall that from your school days that Thomas Malthus produced an essay on the principles of population, and the Malthusian theory, which was a perfectly valid theory, I have to say, was that if population continued to grow exponentially and food supply continued to grow linearly, then there was going to be a catastrophe. That was the actual word he used, a catastrophe. And his theory was entirely correct. It was based on a false premise that food production would continue to rise only linearly, but it led to the politicians coming up with using what we now call the Malthusian fallacy, and saying we have to advocate population control to be able to survive. Now, he was proven wrong, but that was because one of his basic assumptions was wrong. Take 100 years later. In the 1890s, I think it was 1895, I'm doing it from memory, my apologies, there was the first international meeting of town planners, an interesting concept in itself. But at that meeting in New York, the meeting ended up actually breaking up in confusion and in disarray, because they couldn't work out how cities were going to be able to continue to grow. And the reason for that is they couldn't work out how it was going to be possible to deal with the level of horse manure there was going to be in the streets of the cities in 10, 15, 20 years' time. And there was no solution to the problem. Well, of course, the solution had already been invented by then, and it was the motor car, and it was motor vehicles. But at that time, they didn't even see it. And I have to say that even some 16 years later, that lesson still hadn't been learned, and we ended up building the Rotherhithe Tunnel for horses and for horse-drawn vehicles rather than for motor vehicles, and that's something which we still live with as a problem today. And similarly, in this report, we have the not unknown concept that we cannot continue to have growth, and that we have to move away from growth. Growth cannot continue endlessly, and that is an assumption which is made based on a very restricted concept of what growth is. I fully accept that purely resource-based growth, at least based on this planet, purely resource-based growth has its limitations, very clearly does. But resource-based growth isn't the only form of growth that there is. And I think that any work which is based on an assumption that we have to move away from growth, first of all, is too limited. And people will look back in 100 years' time and think, how did those people not see what was possible? They saw what was coming in terms of IT. They saw what was coming in terms of AI. They saw what was coming in terms of a whole host of different technologies, which increased productivity, which increased inventiveness, which increased the opportunity to make use of the resources we've got in a far better way. How did they not see that? But not only is it false, but also it can lead to incorrect policies being decided. And that's where I have a problem. Because Councillor Ahoy actually came to the nub of the matter. When you start off with a position like that, you end up not providing the improvements to infrastructure that those areas of the county particularly need to be able to catch up with those other areas of the county which have had a lot more investment placed into them over the course of the last few decades. And it's that danger that we move towards policy decisions which are actually injurious to the concept of levelling up. They're injurious to the concept of trying to reduce the north-south gap that we've got within this county, which is why I don't believe that it's actually appropriate for us to pass this on to officers to do more work on. I think as a think piece, as a thought piece, absolutely great. And it caused me to think a bit, which is always a good thing. And I hope it sounds as though it caused quite a few others to think as well, at least on this side of the room. And I say that on this side of the room because we've now had 4 different analyses from this side of the room about our reaction to this report. And I think that's very healthy and very good. And I'd like to compare and contrast that, if I may, Chair, with the fact that on every single vote we've had, every single one today, every single person on the other side of this table has always voted the same way, which doesn't really show an enormous amount of original thought, or else it shows that original thought is being suppressed by the whips. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So I've got Lorna, Steve, and then Elisa, and I think then we'll draw a line under the debate because we have got one more item on the agenda and it's getting towards it. So Lorna.
Thank you, and I would just like to reassure the member opposite that despite being the group whip, I have never slammed up anybody against a wall and told them that I'm going to withdraw funding for their school in their area. So this report. Thank you very much indeed to the researchers. It is very interesting, and I read it with very great interest indeed. I have, and my colleagues in my own group will know this, I have been banging the drum for donut economics in my own party for a very long time locally, and I am absolutely delighted to see reference to donut economics now see daylight here in this report. I have been interested in it as a concept ever since I watched the TED talk given by Kate Raworth some time ago, which explained the concept, and it made eminent sense to me, not as some wild futurological prediction, but as a description of how our world economy works now. That hole in the middle is not chucking money into a pit. The hole in the middle in donut economics is those many, many people who do not have access to the share of the world's resources that they need in order to live the kind of life that any human being should be expecting to be able to live. That's what the hole in the middle represents, undershooting, people not being able to access what they need to live an appropriate life. And the outer space, and I would refer to this obviously in my role as chair of the Environment and Green Investment Committee, is where we overshoot the planetary capacity. It's where we are doing things that ultimately use up too much of the Earth's resources. And in the middle of that is what Kate Raworth describes as the safe and just space for humanity. And that's where we need to be pitching for us all to be living. And I have been really enthused by the nations and the cities, including Cambridge, which has got a very active donut economics group, who have taken this up and are working very hard collectively at a community level to discuss what this means for their communities and how they can enact those principles. So I'm really pleased to see that referred to in the document. And I think that, along with all of the other approaches that are mentioned in the report and have been mentioned in discussion, it's really important for us to get beyond just looking at the financial bottom line, important though that is, but we need to be looking at the impacts of our decisions on society and on the environment as well, and balancing those things out. And there are costs of doing the right thing. There are also the costs of not doing the right thing, and the costs of not addressing those social and environmental issues will also rebound on us if we don't take those into account and don't do them properly. I was interested in the reference to measuring happiness, because this is something that's been around for a little while, and actually the concept of gross national happiness was something that originated in Bhutan in 2008, and they have a gross national happiness index, and they carry out surveys of gross national happiness. And there is a World Happiness Report now, which is a publication of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network. And I think that's tremendously interesting, because if we concentrate just on the financial gross domestic product, the constant growth in financial terms, we're missing out on some of the things that are really important in life. And it is interesting that that's come from a predominantly Buddhist society, but I think that still has lessons for us and for other nations as well. So I think there's a lot in this report for us to take away. I agree that it's not in a state where we can just say, thank you, the recommendations are fine, we're just going to do all that and it'll be okay, that's good. We're not there yet, but it presents us with some real opportunities to have some further real conversations about what this means for us and how it fits in with the other thinking that we're doing and that others are doing about how to make a society that actually works for everybody and for our environment. So I'm really pleased that we're going to be looking at this and doing some more work and working out what works for us, what might be the things that we can take forward, what might be the approaches that might be suitable here in Cambridgeshire to address all those really important issues. So thank you.
Thank you, Steve, and then Elisa.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you to the Cusby team and those that worked alongside you in delivering this report. It was well thought through, excellent piece of work. I will pick some holes in it, please forgive me for that, but I do really appreciate what you've done, and I really appreciate the work you've put into it. And when I say I'm going to pick some holes in it, perhaps not too many, and mainly it'll be compliments, but one thing's for certain is I didn't come to this meeting knowing which way I'm going to vote, and I still don't know which way I'm going to press the button. I might go for, I might go against, I might even abstain, because there is some good stuff in here for me. There really is. But there's some stuff I don't agree with. So I'm a little bit lost. So I'll just cover off a few of those thoughts of where I'm going with this. So the officer being employed, I mean, I'm against that. We are a massive organisation to think that you could have one officer making any kind of a difference. Think need some kind of different structural approach to that. So that's something I'm off against. And to say that it send out the right signal, don't think we should afford that amount of money for gesture signalling. If you're going to do it, find a different way of doing it, and maybe somebody will get that title, but I just think that that's the wrong way to take it forward. And in reading the report, whilst I enjoyed a lot of it, when I got to page 19, the transition to a wellbeing economy, and it spent so much time and effort defining wellbeing as almost a non-financial model. And then it delves into calling the present system a neoliberal economic system, which I'd have to dispute, by the way, because I don't believe it is. And it talks about redistributing income in a way that is fairer to all members of society. And I felt that we was going off the deep end of a cliff politically there. And it's talking about policy changes that are not to do with the whole paper of well-being, it's to do with the redistribution of wealth. And yet the whole paper says wealth isn't the answer to everything. And I do agree with that principle. Wealth is not the answer to everything. When we put forward the fund, the £5 million Communities Fund, which I'm delighted you're going to redo again this coming year in your budget, that was based on the fact that the outcomes for the individual are not wholly prescribed to the actual things that you put in front of them, such as a wage packet. It's due to things like open space and sports and health, and their outcomes improve. And that's why we brought it forward. And that is something to do with the donut principle, donut economics, and that's something to do with the wellbeing economics. Some of which I was well versed in, which is why we brought forward those things. I disagree with the recommendations. So the recommendations, as you say, they're not that prescriptive. They are. We are going to move ahead with this, and you're going to pick exactly which bits we're going for. I'm not sure I want to exactly move ahead with this, and I think the best approach would be, we've got a new chief exec coming in the very near future, has a breadth of experience, and I think you should just say that you've got a warm response at this committee, sit down with the new chief exec and say, what do you think out of this? Have a look at it and see where you think we as an organisation, bearing in mind our financial context, we should be on this journey. So the recommendations go the wrong way for me. The most important thing that I think I've got that went wrong is the question was come forward with new models of local government. That was what it was. And I expected to be seeing a paper on Cambridgeshire saying we've got too many tiers of local government, which I would have loved because the present joint administration are planning to introduce another one of these almost like joint committees across the area and introduce yet another tier of local government reorganisation, not even reorganisation, just addition. But that was the question I thought we'd be seeing answered. And instead, it's a governance of local internal decision making. So I was surprised when I received the paper. For me, it answered a question, but it wasn't the question I was expecting to be answered. I really enjoyed the bit about identifying yet again the north-south divide and the east-west gap. You know, it's so obvious it's plain. We've been working hard on that. We've made some gains, such as the smoking we spoke about, the cessation, and there's some other areas where we haven't, which is the long-term age gap, mortality rate. So yeah, there's a huge amount of work left to be doing there. But when I look about where this council is in its decision making and how it's adopted just the normal principles of everyday life, would you have been so ready to sacrifice Wisbech School the way you did at the speed you did if we had a well-being economy? Would you, on Tuesday of this week, refuse to support an end to incinerators instead of refusing to engage through the lens of a well-being economy and donut principles? I asked you that question on Tuesday and you ignored it and said, no, it's much better. We just don't engage. So you move forward for this. I might welcome it on the back that it gives you enough rope to hang yourself as one decision after another gets exposed to be that you've driven it for either political or financial or other reasons, rather than through the lens of what's good for a resident. One thing I'm in total agreement with the Cusby report, and perhaps many members on the opposition side, not necessarily as aligned on my side, is I don't believe in endless growth. I think the increase in GVA is just such a wrong fundamental measure. I've given talks on this to various people. Productivity is very much the key here, not increasing GVA. The clearest example I can give of where it failed is under the Labour government and the open border policy. GVA went up and people's living standards went down because you got free and cheap labour that stopped the national wages going up. The increases that the Conservative government brought in through the minimum wage, which increases productivity, which has been more than anything in history, I've thoroughly aligned to that, because that's exactly where I believe that the improvements to society come from, not through an endless growth in GVA. So that's the end from me. I've got nothing more to add. I still don't know which way I'm going to press my button, but thank you very much for listening, and thank you once again for a very thought-provoking report, which I found it excellent to read. So thank you.
Thank you, Elisa. Quite brief, please.
Well, it's very, very late. I will be very, very brief. Thank you so much for all the work that you've done. I've heard so many extremely interesting points from the opposition. Very, very stimulating, and I agree with about 70%, I think, on balance, although I'm, can I please remind people what these lovely people on our screens are? What they are is they are not politicians. So what they have produced is a piece of work for politicians to actually have a look at, because all of these things are politically, and by politically, I mean local politics. Important. Growth, how you manage growth in the local area. Infrastructure, how you approach infrastructure and its relationship with growth. And all of those things, it's not for them to tell us what to do with it. It's just, for the debate to be informed by pieces of academic research, which are very, very important, and we are not equipped to do. So by no means by taking these things forward, we are deciding the political actions that we are doing. That's going to come next. And I really beg everybody to please continue to participate. I want this to be a really cross-party discussion as to what you do with growth, what you do with infrastructure, which one you build, which one you don't build. Because, when I'm wearing a different hat, I am involved in trying to build infrastructure that I have Conservative members of Parliament opposing. It's not a blanket accusation that you can make. You need to be pro or against infrastructure. I'm very pro, but you have to approach it politically, which is our job. and not these lovely people's job. But I think it was an extremely interesting document to read. There is a lot that you need to debate and discuss, and including with the new chief executive, who will have to participate very, very, and I hope that we can do this collegiately, and I hope that we can produce something that will be future proof, I guess. Something for the century we're moving into rather than the past one. So thank you very much, and really, really we're late.
Thank you. I think I'm coming back to Amanda now, although and then I'll say something to what's been one of the most interesting debates we've ever had in this room, I think.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to everyone for engaging so much in this report. At this point, we would normally hand back to the CUSPI researchers for some views on the member debate, but I think we would probably need about another 4 hours to pick up all the things that have come in today, just in terms of responding, not in terms of the deep thinking they need. But I would really congratulate the research team, because you can see that your ideas and your provocations are welcome and have sparked debate. And that's the point of the CUSPI policy research challenges. It's to bring new thinking into this space. And as I think it was Councillor Bowden said, give us some time to think in a way that perhaps we don't get a chance to usually. So huge thank you to the team. We will take this forward in the way that's agreed today, and no doubt we'll come back to you if there are ideas we want to pick out further. But there's plenty being said today. I've been scribbling lots of notes on how we might pick up individual points. So a massive thank you for a good debate, and particularly sparked by the researchers.
Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you to everyone who has engaged in the discussion that we've just had. I do think it was really interesting. I don't think there's ever been a discussion that I've been in at this council where we've covered Buddhism, Malthus, and the role of markets in women's emancipation. And I think we need to have more. I think it's really excellent. So thank you. I absolutely understand why there are kind of concerns on one side of this room. What I'm going to suggest is that actually we split the recommendations, because I think that the first two, where we've noted and commented on, and my goodness, we've commented on this report, I think that there's general agreement on. So if we can take recommendations 1 and A and B, and then we'll take C separately, because I think that that's the point at which there is some concern among some members about how we take this forward. So Michelle, if that's okay, if we can take recommendations A and B first, which is effectively just a note and comment on. So all of those in favour of those recommendations, if you could raise your hands. B is to consider the recommendations made by CUSPI as set out in the full report. So it's just consider them. Thank you. And then we will now move to recommendation C, which is to task officers to prepare a detailed strategy setting out the ways in which the recommendations, if agreed, can be driven forward and delivered. So that one, which I think is the one where there's some not unanimous agreement, we'll take that separately. So those in favour of recommendation C, if you could raise your hands. And those against recommendation C. And any abstentions? No. Okay.
The result is 10 votes in favour, 5 against, no abstentions. The recommendation is therefore carried.
Thank you very, very much indeed to the CUSPI team for prompting such an excellent debate. And I think that brings us to the end of the public section on the agenda. Oh. Is there anything we need to do the committee agenda plan and training plan in public, I think, sorry. So Michelle, if you could just introduce that, and then we'll.
Yes, just quickly, there's one additional item for March, which is the replacement of storage area network.
Thank you. Any comments on the agenda or training plan? Okay. So we will note the agenda and the training plan, and we then move to the exclusion of the press and public. So I propose that the press and public be excluded from the meeting on the grounds that this report contains exempt information under paragraph 3 of part 1 of schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972, as it refers to information relating to the financial business affairs of any particular person, including the authority holding that information. Can I have a seconder for the exclusion of the press and public? Thank you, Josh. That's very helpful. So I would now ask members of the press and public to leave the room and the live stream be closed down. And the decision for this item will be recorded on the decision summary and published in the usual way. So thank you for joining us today. For those in the room, okay, can we just take a vote on the exclusion of the press and public, please? So all those in favour? And then while we shut down the live stream, if we could just have a 5-minute break, Michelle, or do you want, do people want a longer break? If we're going to discuss this for a long time, I'm hoping it won't take very long. So if we just have a 5-minute break and then we'll come back.